just heard Animal Fuck Like a Beast and Show No Mercy from Wasp's Animal Fuck Like a Beast single from 1984. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And maybe we're sexual perverts, Mark. I don't know. That's we'll
Maybe
let the
we're
audience decide.
Anglo-Saxon men. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But we'll let the
Protestants.
audience decide by the end. Yeah, exactly. We're white Anglo-Saxon. Well, no, you're a white Anglo-Saxon Catholic. You'd be a
Yes.
WASC, a WASP.
Wask. Yes.
So, yeah. I don't know. I was sort of raised, I guess, Protestant when I went to church for a year. I don't. It wasn't a Catholic church. I know that. So, yeah, here we are. Maybe the episode that people maybe I don't know. I don't know if people have episodes where they'll never do that or they will, but this might have been on that short list of one that might surprise people at first. But yeah, it's a good surprise, a fun surprise. And what you just heard there with Animal Fuck Like a Beast, and then we'll get into, this episode and some other things, but just like, right away, just this opening riff that's fucking raw and catchy, with Blackie's kind of perfect vocals. He's kind of this howling wolf, and it even says in the lyrics, he's this wolf in sheepskin clothing, but he kind of has that sort of blues howling wolf kind of quality to his voice, where it's tempting and dangerous and all those things kind of all at once. And I think it's like this is like the thesis statement for like the dangerous side of heavy metal and hard rock, and all the taboos that go into it. And we'll be talking about all kinds of taboos throughout the episode when we get to the PMRC and all kinds of other bullshit. But this is the thesis statement in a lot of ways. Animal fuck like a beast.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what every 12-year-old boy wanted in his rock and roll music. That every parent, was like reeling against.
Yeah,
And it's
exactly.
it's all ridiculous and none of it's serious.
It's WWE.
It's total
It's
This is just wrestling. And I was talking with Jason off mic when we're starting everything up, and you have to go back and watch watch live videos of them, because that just amps it up and complete. If you saw them live, 84, 85, holy crap, that would have been like nothing you'd ever seen before.
And we're definitely going to get into that later with some excerpts and stuff, just what the live show was, the concepts behind it. I mean, it was a circus show, inside the Electric Circus, WWE, whatever, and Blackie Lawless is the fucking ringmaster. And
these guys are all like fucking giants too.
Chris Holmes, like 6'5" or 6'6" or something like that,
Yeah, I think Blackie's 6'4".
Yeah. So, they're fucking beasts. I mean, you know, when he screams, "I fuck like a beast," I start to howl. I'm in heat. I mean, it's he's on the hunt, and the conviction's fucking intoxicating. And like you said, in the mind of a, horny 12, 13-year-old sort of adolescent who's like has these animal instincts, because you do when you're a boy, and I'm sure girls do too, and I have no fucking idea, but like, when you watch like Super Bad, or you watch what's the fucking animated show on Netflix about the middle school boys and stuff like that. Why can't I think of it?
I can't think of
Big Mouth.
Big Mouth. Yeah.
When you watch those and you go, "Oh, this seems like extreme." It's like, no, that's exactly what it's like. Like you're thinking really inappropriate thoughts all the time. You're just not giving voice to them most of the time, because you're like, "Oh, I'm a fucking weirdo." But like,
well, you're changing rapidly. Your body's changing, your mind's changing. You're like drawn to all these different things. And back in 1984, think of like the only calling card for this stuff was like, what does the album cover look like? And if you're flipping through and you see like, Def Leppard, where it's just like, oh, it's whatever. And then you see this, you're like, holy crap, this has to be, this is like Mad Max
with a saw through it. And I mean, it's like,
and like
holy.
Them talking about like that first cover was like, it was like Road Warrior, but also like a take on Grand Funk's Survival cover.
Yeah.
But like meaner. And I was like, it's such a fucking cool, there's a skeleton in the background on this rack, and these guys are hanging out in this, post-apocalyptic landscape with bones and have blood and shit on them. It's like unbelievable.
When you're talking about the cover of the actual album, but like even the single that this song was found on, like that cover of just the saw on the crotch. I mean, it's like, it's all the Freudian shit all together. It's like in a lot of ways, Wasp is kind of like a fucking Brian De Palma movie. Like Brian De Palma doesn't make fucking apologies about being a pervert, right? He's just
Yeah.
like, look, watch fucking Dress to Kill, watch, all
I
these
like
movies.
shower scenes. What can I
Yeah,
say?
I want to see fucking naked women, and I'm a perv, and I'm a creep. And Hitchcock was the same way, and he's just like putting sex and violence together. I mean, animal fuck like a beast is like it's fucking visceral. It's
Yeah.
it's like simultaneously like it's alluring. It's I wrote it's macho. It's borderline, perhaps, maybe misogynist, but I don't think
You
they
got
took
to you
it
got to think
seriously.
of at the time. In the
Yeah,
time it
for the
wasn't
context.
considered. It was like pushing boundaries a little bit, but it wasn't anti-woman. It was just a very male focused. Like this
Yeah,
this
it's
stuff
pro
was made
sex.
for
Yeah,
yeah, it was made for high school kids.
exactly. But like it's also very dangerous in 1984. This is sort of, and we'll get into it later with the PMRC, but this is 84 is kind of when the Reagan Thatcher cultural landscape was building steam,
Yeah.
to sort of decimate like all the gains, the social, gains of the 60s and 70s. They were trying, they're going to roll that stuff back. And here comes bands like a Wasp or others that we'll mention later. And they're kind of poking the bear, in a lot of ways. And then, this song and Blackie in general and Wasp, would be right in the fucking cultural crosshairs, um but I mean, like, the other thing you hear in this and Show No Mercy, and we'll talk about that song in a second, but like, so much attention is paid to like the subject matter, but like you hear an Animal Fuck Like a Beast, great riffery, fucking Blackie's bass playing. He's a converted guitarist who plays the bass kind of like a almost like a glam version of Steve Harris or something. He's
With
doing a
some
lot of
yeah, I would
really
say with some
interesting things.
Motorhead isms in there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there you
It
go.
just
That's
it
good. The sort
drives
of raw.
everything is the pulse of that bass.
Yep. I mean, fucking Holmes and Piper's kind of driving riffs. Animal Fuck Like a Beast is a propulsion. It's a great riff right from the fucking opening. Like, boom, they hit, and he just fucking I've got pictures of naked ladies, and you're like, whoa, like
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm fucking on board for this shit.
Yeah.
And it's even got like, we'll talk about Chris Holmes as a guitar player, his solos, but like the solo is fairly restrained and fairly tasty, a lot of
Hmm.
ways, you know, the Steve Riley, the drummer on this record. Yeah, oh no, I'm sorry. Keith, it's Richards is the drummer on this record. Steven, oh wait, what's his first name? Richards.
Tony Richards.
Tony Richards. Thank you.
Yeah.
For some reason, I keep thinking Steve Richards, who's a wrestler. So, but he's got kind of like, and I would say the Wasp drumming style when it's done best. And I think there's a couple drummers that do it the best.
Yeah, we'll
And
see those in a
Richards
couple
is one of
albums.
them. Yeah, Richards is one of them, and I think like Frankie Benali, honestly, from
Oh,
Quiet Riot, when he
he's the
joins up,
he's the
is
best one by
are
far.
great. And they both kind of have kind of a Keith Moon style. And I know the Who is definitely a touchstone band for Blackie, and I don't know if that was by design or just by style, but like Keith Moon was like the first rock drummer to be busy.
Yeah.
He was sort of the first rock drummer that the other British invasion bands weren't doing, like, even the Yardbirds, who had this real sonic fucking guitar. They didn't have really crazy drums, but you listen to like those early Who songs and the stuff that like Keith Moon is doing, he's like popping. He's not just holding rhythm, but he's like driving like the propulsion of songs in a different way, kind of like jazz drummers would do. And
Yeah.
I don't know how much jazz background Keith Moon had, but he was a wild man, and it showed, and that influenced John Bonham, and that influenced like other drummers that came after that, who even fucking Bill Ward, the way he
Hmm.
pops songs and stuff. So, and I'm not saying that Riley's as good as Keith Moon. He's not, but he's got that same approach, that kind of busy drumming.
I don't
You
know how
know,
much of that's the input of Blackie because that's almost like a kind of a touchstone for the whole band. Is
yeah,
that rhythm guitars are always fairly limited. They're like holding out these notes for a couple measures, and then through almost like old Kiss songs and shit. And then when the leads come in, that's kind of like the spotlight right there. It's very pop, sensibility, but like really raucous at the same time.
Oh, the song it kind of reminds me of, and I think it's a great record that's a touchstone of that like meeting point of like pop and metal, is it reminds me a little bit of Judas Priest Rapid Fire off of why can't I think of the fucking 1980 record, the big breakthrough commercial record with the razor blade on the front? Why am I drawing a blank?
Jesus Christ. We should be getting demerits
British
for not
Steel,
knowing
British
this.
Steel,
Yeah,
British Steel.
British Steel
Okay,
or
yeah, sorry.
Killing Machine.
Yeah, so no, Killing Machine's the one prior.
Oh, that's
That's
right.
the
That's right.
uh Hellbent for Leather / Killing Machine. Yeah. But Rapid Fire, the songs on that record have this commercial sensibility to them that Priest never had prior. And, but yet it's like fierce, like the riffs are kind of fierce. And like in a lot of ways, and in Show No Mercy, for example, like Holmes kind of flexes a little bit on like a KK Downing kind of sound with his solo, and in a
Yeah.
lot of ways, Holmes and Piper kind of have a Tipton Downing kind of thing, but like the LA sleaze version of it or something. Like they have that, I don't know,
They're
that
not doing
twin
the Thin
guitar.
Lizzy thing. Yeah, they're doing more of
No,
like a
it's
rat thing.
sleazy. Yeah, it's definitely sleazy. And Rat did it too with what Crosby and DeMartini did, and that's one of the reasons I think like Rat is a standout band for me from that scene too. But like, whereas like Dokken, Don could play guitar and he may have played it live, but like George was so good that George could do all of it, kind of like Hendrix, like in
Yeah.
Eddie Van Halen, he could do all of it. But there's something to be said about, having a great rhythm guy and a great lead guy. And,
Hmm.
Priest traded the leads back and forth, kind of like Maiden did. Whereas like Holmes, I think, handles the majority of the leads, at least on these first records and stuff. But
And the
I
the
don't know.
writing is basically him and Blackie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Piper's a good fucking rhythm guitar player, And
Yeah.
again, I don't know how much of that was Blackie coming up with the riffs and then giving them to Piper, and Piper was just a competent vessel for the ideas and stuff. But Show No Mercy, the song we heard after Animal, that's the flip side. They're basically the B side of this Fuck Like a Beast single, excuse me, that comes out in '84 and is the first thing that people hear from W.A.S.P. Show No Mercy's on the flip side, and I sort of wrote the song. It's kind of like if Dokken had made Screaming for Vengeance. Like it's not like as heavy as Screaming for Vengeance, but it has like some of those, Dokken kind of like melodic qualities to it that made Dokken kind of unique. So it's not as like, I don't know, Priest is punchy, Screaming for Vengeance is a pretty fucking in your face record for a mainstream metal record in '82 or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Riley's drumming on it is or not Riley Richards. I keep writing Riley because he's only on the first one. Richards, um, he's kind of got like a little bit of Mick Brown to sort of some of the sort of swing stuff that he kind of does too. And Black even hits kind of some of those Don vocal harmonies sometimes, with his own kind of version of this raspy kind of Blackie voice.
Well, and Blackie
That's
can
that's
whatever
iconic.
his I think his ideal, he doesn't have a huge range, but like when he can do the like on like Wild Child, the I want you thing, like he
Oh,
can still scream that way. Now I've been watching like contemporary videos and he sounds fantastic. And that's one of the reasons I'm stoked for that, that tour coming up in November
yeah, yeah.
to be able to hear this stuff live. But he hasn't what he's one of those interesting guys that knows where his voice is and knows how to play within it, but he doesn't blow it out.
Yeah. Yep.
And there's not a
Yeah.
ton of guys like that. And he's right on the. I don't know of another guy as raspy as him. I guess Stephen Piercy to some degree, the dude from
Piercy to some
Cinderella,
extent.
but I don't think
Yep.
those guys can
Tom
still do
Kiefer.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Piercy can a little. I've seen him recently, but he's lost some. And
yeah,
Kiefer I saw recently, and he's taking pretty good care of his voice. I
okay,
would say he was never as raspy as Piercy or Blackie, but he had that quality to him a little bit.
yeah,
I think later Wasp has more Cinderella isms, or a little bit like, because Cinderella was more blues based. They were always way
yeah.
more bluesy than anyone else was. But
Are you talking
anyways, yeah,
like Golgotha or like the any of
let's
that?
say like Electric Circus, Headless Children. Some of the
Yeah,
stuff that he does there is a little bit more akin to some of the stuff Kiefer did. I would say.
okay, I can
Kiefer's
see that.
never. Cinderella never wrote in your face music the way that this debut from W.A.S.P is.
No, they
This
were
is
doing
way too
'70s
direct.
rock reinvented.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. But I think like, for it's a great B-side, and this 1-2 punch is, like I said, it's what early fans heard first in that cover. I mean, I wrote that the cover must have stood out the way that like the cover to like Look What the Cat Dragged In or Number of the Beast, where you just stop and you stare at it and you're like, whoa. Like when I saw that Poison cover, I was fucking 8 years old, and I was
These girls are
like,
hot.
yeah, you look at it, you're like, what the fuck is this? It was a genius marketing move, because like whether you hate it or love it, or you're just kind of like, you kind of have to stare at it for a moment. And
Well,
same
it's
with
like
Iron Maiden.
titillating and makes you question, like
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah,
Whether, whatever the
exactly.
music is, but
Yeah, sure. But like Number of the Beast the same, or even like any of those early Maidens, you just stared at Eddie and you're like, whoa, what the
yeah.
fuck is this? And so to see like a close up of a fucking crotch with a fucking blade in it, you're just like, well, I might just buy this, especially a
Yeah.
single. It's probably like $4, for a vinyl, 7-inch or something. So
Yeah, I can take the
um
two asterisks off and guess what that word might be.
exactly. Here's a couple things I thought I'd share, and then we'll kind of get into the lion's share. But you know, Martin Popoff is a good resource for those of you that don't know him. A writer for Brave Words, Bloody Knuckles, Goldmine magazine, does all kinds of stuff. But he has this book called The Top 500 Heavy Metal Songs of All Time, and Animal Fuck Like a Beast came in at number 268 out of 500. It's in between Let It Go from Def Leppard and
Good song.
what else? What's 216? Oh, Godzilla from Blue Oyster Cult. So there you
Okay.
go. Just right in a weird spot. It was a weird composite of voting and stuff. But here's what Blackie said about Animal. He said, boy, it's the epitome of arrogance. That's what this was. He laughs. The person who wrote that definitely believed that when they were writing it, let's put it this way, arrogance in big, bold letters. So I think that's kind of a funny way of putting it. And then our good friend, who the last time Mark and I saw each other a couple weekends ago, the three of us actually spent a good day together. But our good friend Chris Dick inducted the W.A.S.P debut into the Decibel Hall of Fame, and they asked Blackie about the song, Animal Fuck Like a Beast. And here's what Blackie had to say. He said, musically, I don't think it's that great. Keith Richards said, oh, wait, hang on. I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, here it is. This is actually Piper talking about this. He says, well, when we recorded Animal Fuck Like a Beast in 84, Capitol got wind of it and wanted nothing to do with it. They didn't want it on the record. They eventually let us release it on Music for Nations, which was really unusual. Apparently, Capitol felt it would hurt sales, but the opposite happened. In the UK, Animal Fuck Like a Beast charted. He laughs. We were on the charts for 110 weeks. That's almost 2 years. Also, it's pretty funny. In England, the Queen's Council got wind of it as well and wouldn't let EMI print it on the UK. So the single was printed in Belgium and then imported into the UK. That's when the PMRC got a hold of it after that. We were the number one bad guys. The impact on the music industry was huge. We were the first band to have the parental advisory sticker on our record. Back then, a sticker like that could have killed our sales, but we stood up for our rights and released it. The rest is history. And then Chris Holmes says, that's par for the course. I think he says we had a good vibe going. We never expected Animal to get airplay because it has fuck in it. As a single, it went nuts in the UK. It's odd. It didn't get airplay because of the lyrics, but people bought the single because of the lyrics. Of course, at the time, everyone thought that the word beast referred to the devil. No, a beast is an animal. The beast is the devil. Little bit of difference there. He said the beast, capital beast, is the devil. So non-capital, big capital. There you go. He says a little bit of difference there. I guess there was a lot of devil worship going on in heavy metal at the time. It's a bunch of crap. Religion's for people who are uneducated. So there you go. Thanks, Chris Holmes.
Thanks.
So
Tell that to Blackie now.
yeah. And these guys don't talk much, I think. But
No.
so the single announces itself, and that really is what kind of starts to put W.A.S.P on the map. So but here we are. So Mark, how you been? Been doing good?
Yeah. Just everything's a whirlwind as usual, but
Yeah.
I'm
Got to.
now being not only I got a book that's going to be out in November. I have another one that I'm working on. I'm also
Mhm.
being a general contractor for building our new house. I do monthly stuff for Decibel. I have about 10 other projects in the hopper right now. I have a new son.
Oh, you have
that's
a child.
rapidly growing.
Yeah, a child. Yeah, we got to hang out with Sir William a couple weeks ago. That was
Yeah,
good,
he's
fun.
he's going to
Yeah,
be, crawling very, very soon. He's already, 28 inches tall, so he's like in the 99th percentile for a 5-month old.
he's gonna be
So
fucking Chris Holmes
I
soon.
know. I
He's
hope
not
I got to
careful.
tell him not
Yeah,
to headbang that hard, man, because that guy's got
yeah,
to have some residual
yeah. He's
damage.
gonna have like Tom Araya surgery in his neck someday, probably. So Chris
And I don't
Holmes,
know if this is totally off topic, but is Blackie the first to do the windmill?
windmill guitar.
No, the windmill hair with the
Oh,
head, because he
uh,
does that so hard that my neck
yeah.
hurts looking at it.
Maybe it's a tribute to Pete Townsend because Pete Townsend did the windmill guitar. So maybe he's like, oh, I'll one up my idol and do it with my hair. I
Yeah,
don't
because
know.
I don't
That's a good question.
outside of him, I don't know if another person's done it as good as you know, or George from
Yeah, let's say
Cannibal.
Corpse Grinder. Yeah, that's the one
But
I think
watching
of.
all these videos and watching live performances, like these guys are they're fucking beasts.
Yeah, they put on a show. I can only imagine. It's funny. Like my journey with Wasp. I guess we can kind of give our backgrounds, but my journey with Wasp was, as I was telling Mark when we were kind of prepping for the show, like as much as I was into like kind of the 80s hair metal stuff as a kid, Wasp never was really on my radar. I don't really remember Wasp videos on MTV very much. I know they were there, but they just didn't really hit. They probably weren't as catchy as what I was looking for. Poison and Warrant and stuff that was just like more candy coated, I suppose, when I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
And you know, I I I distinctly remember when I was running my kind of Columbia House 5 or 6 account scam in like middle school, that Crimson Idol was like the album of the month because you pick like a genre, and I picked metal as my monthly genre that they would make recommendations. And I remember them like doing a big write up on it, and I was like, Wasp, I've heard of them, but like I didn't know what the fuck Wasp was. And I was like, they sound like an old person band, so like I obviously never
Yeah.
bought the record. I didn't know what the big deal was about them. And I think through high school learned about the PMRC a little bit, and heard of Wasp a little bit more, but it was really Chris working at the record store before you and I worked there. I would go in, and he had a metal section, and he would make like recommendations to me, of stuff. And this is sort of like 95, 96, kind of right in the sweet spot of like melodic Swedish death metal stuff. And
Hmm.
he's like, you got to check out this fucking band called Gates of Ishtar. And I'm like, all right. And I bought this Gates of Ishtar, and like the last song on the record is like a death metal version of I Want to Be Somebody. And I was like, oh, this song's pretty cool. He's like, yeah, it's from Wasp. And then like Children of Bodom did fucking Hellion from Wasp, and Witchery you did some stuff with I Want to Be Somebody as well. And so all I knew was really Wasp covers. And then I think in college I picked up the debut because I was like, oh, it's something you're supposed to have. I didn't really listen to it that much. I'll be honest with you. It was just like
That's
something I
how I
kind of
was too.
had.
I had it because I thought I was supposed to. I had the first record.
That's it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
only had the first record for years. And then you know, for me, the breakthrough moment was doing the countdown. When I started to put that History of Heavy Metal countdown together back in like 2015, 2016, like I was kind of discovering some gems, and I had to go and like pick out songs for records I knew needed to be on the countdown. So I would like move through Last Command. And of course I was like, oh, I've heard Wild Child. Okay, this is a good representation of Last Command. And then I would go through Inside the Electric Circus and find like what was the big song, or whatever. So
Yeah.
and then I got to like Headless Children, and I think it was probably The Heretic. And I was like, this is like not this is different than what I heard on Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus. And I wouldn't listen to the whole records, I'll be honest, but I was like, just going through a couple songs from each record, trying to pick which one would go on this like giant countdown. And for those of you that are new to Requiem, back in like 2015, 2016, I put together like the History Heavy Metal countdown. We have a page for it. If you on Facebook, there's a playlist that Brian Wendorf did on Spotify. If you want to subscribe to it, it's called Requiem History of Heavy Metal, I think. And I made it all the way up to like 92, and then life got busy, and so maybe someday I'll resurrect it. But the big one was um, starting to read about Crimson Idol, and people were like, "Oh, this song, Chainsaw Charlie and shit," and like I was like, "This is W.A.S.P." Like I just remember being like, I've heard like Animal Fuck Like a Beast a bunch, and I've obviously heard Hellion and I Want to Be Somebody, and I've listened to the whole first record, but I didn't. The rest of the songs didn't really seep in. And I was like, this is really different. This is like more mature, and it's like more, I don't know, it's just not like 80s hair metal. Like I didn't really know what to expect from it. And it's right around that time that you were getting married. Was that 2016? Was that like fall of
Honestly, I don't
2016?
remember because I put it
I
out of my
think.
mind at this
Yeah,
point.
well, fair point. I get
And
that.
to be clear, yes, I am divorced from
Yes,
that
yeah,
union.
exactly. But I think it was, I remember like I was really getting into Crimson Idol, and I just have this distinct memory of like driving you from the wedding site back and forth through Hamtramck, and I was like rocking W.A.S.P out, and I was low key like, be like, dude, you need to check out like some of this later stuff. And you had a lot going on at the time, so you probably were like in one ear out the other, and that was kind of like a soft kind of like rollout of W.A.S.P. And then I don't know. And that's where my story kind of ends. Where does your story, where do you get back on the sort of entrance ramp with this band to the point where like a couple weeks ago you're like, let's fucking do a W.A.S.P episode? I'm kind of curious what got you to this point.
I think most, I mean, a lot of it is because I've had the first. I worked at a record store in Royal Oak for about 3 years in the mid 2000s, and that's when I picked up an original copy of the first record and
Uh-huh.
listened to quite a bit of that because they didn't want. There was like an edict for the record store that you could only really, we don't want you to play extreme metal, like
Yeah,
growly
yeah.
shit. So we had to kind of just comb through. That's where I really got into Purple and
Blue
a
Oyster
lot of other
Cult.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of that
so we were
stuff.
like,
Yeah,
okay, well, there's all and Uriah Heep and stuff like that too. But
sure.
so that's
So
where it originally happened, and then I listened to Inside the Electric Circus, and I was just like, ugh, this is
that's
this is
it's the
kind of
least.
tough.
It's the least of the first five for sure. Yeah.
And then I just got on a tear where I was doing a bunch of work outside. I was cutting down some trees and mowing the lawn and stuff. I listened to Wasp on Spotify and just listening from the first record, up until I think I stopped at where I listened through Golgotha,
Oh,
which
okay.
it's fine. But I think the real the meat of it's the stuff we're going to cover up till '92.
Yeah.
And heard the Last Command. I was like, this record's great. And then Headless Children, I listened to that for about a week and a half straight. Every time I was doing something outside, it's so fucking good, man.
There.
That's my favorite
Yeah.
record of theirs, and that's what
Yeah.
just
It's
kind of
my.
blew the doors open. I started
Yep.
all the stuff got reissued, so I could get on Amazon for cheap, and I've just been really kind of. And when I'm winding down at night, listening to like interviews with Blackie and watching live performances, and I don't know, something just really hit me. Is like, man, this if this was the kind of band that I would have found out as a kid, that would have led me to extreme metal way sooner. But it was just one of those weird things. Like, '84, I was 9 years old. No way in hell I would have like had that record. And they didn't really show those videos much on Headbangers. I can remember until later on in the late '90s. Then it was just kind of like, oh, this is funny because it's not, it's not death metal.
Yeah. Well, I think again, yeah, I don't think they got a lot of play. I think if we were like if I was like 5 or 6 years older and you were like 2 or 3 years older, I think you would have seen a lot more Wasp. I think we just kind
Yeah.
of missed their like cresting period. And like when I started watching a lot of MTV is like right when like Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, and Poison and White Snake, like 86, 87. And that's kind
Yeah.
of, I mean, Last Command is like kind of a commercial peak for them in a lot of ways. Like Wild Child was a pretty big song. And then I
Hmm.
think, the stuff after that does moderately well, but it didn't have like a cultural impact anymore.
Well,
It just didn't.
yeah, I think my big takeaway is that they're way more European than they are American.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it totally
They're like
like they were
Dokken.
so huge
Dokken's
in
the same way.
yeah.
Dokken
Yeah,
has more
like
to do with Scorpions than
they were so much more in my wheelhouse too. Because me and
Mhm.
Chris are much more drawn to European sensibilities for metal. And yeah, I was just like, yeah, just if that they're just kind of that periphery band that was kind of a touchstone for that era that I just never really paid any attention to. That's why, this genre of music, I had a couple beers last night finishing up my notes, and I kind of just took a moment. I was like, heavy metal is such the genre is so rich and diverse, and like I just can't believe how much there is to dig through, and we have barely even touched scratched the
Oh,
surface of all this.
I know. I know. Yeah, I get it.
And like how much I could, well, or maybe it's just being a music fan in general, but like how excited I was to discover how good this band was.
Yeah. And that's kind of like the thesis statement for a lot of the episodes that we have done in the last like 4 or 5 years. It's like sometimes like bands that peripherally we liked but we never really like took the deep dive, as we call it, the deep dive.
Yeah,
And here we are, we're deep diving. And my hope is that people who are naysayers of WASP, or maybe came from a perspective of putting WASP in a category that they don't maybe necessarily belong in, kind of like Dokken, a little bit of guilt by association. Although I would say WASP is even, you know, Dokken musician wise has a lot more European sensibility, but like there's a lot of sort of cheesy cliches that Dokken like leans
absolutely.
into. And they
Yeah.
just do it, and you can make that as a legit criticism. They are fully on the '80s kind of hair metal cliche train, and you could say that probably about Wasp on Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus. Probably, I think there's a fair critique there.
Yes.
But like they course correct by the fourth record in a way that like I think makes them not just interesting, but like kind of preserves them for especially people who wouldn't like this type of music on the surface, or
Well, yeah,
might
Martin
dismiss them
Popoff
initially.
says that Headless Children is the Wasp record for people that don't like Wasp,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And there's something to be said about that.
and it's
And
like
Pop
it's
Up
almost like
doesn't like
it's like
Wasp at all.
Sabbath Headless Cross.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
it's one of like a established band actually tries to be relevant and do something different, and it works really well.
Well, it's funny you say that because there's a lot of Tony Martin Sabbath on Headless Children.
Yeah,
It's
and they
it's
came
kind of
out the same
interesting.
year too.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll kind of get into
Two
that,
Headless
but
albums in one year.
absolutely, absolutely. All right. Well, we got a lot to get into. There's a lot of scholarship, and honestly, like in telling that story about kind of low key trying to get you into WASP back in 2016, I'm glad we waited because the type
Yes.
of shows we were doing in 2016 were great. They're fine. There's some fun episodes, but like the scholarship and context that you need to, I think, get somebody who might hate WASP or thinks they hate WASP to maybe give them a chance to get into WASP. I think our skill set is like we're good now. Like we know what to do, and I hope that the presentation of this episode is gets people into it.
Yeah,
And
and
hopefully
this is the year too, man. If you like, after you hear this, if you like it, they're
this
coming
is
through a
the
town near you. We've already
40th
secured
anniversary
tickets.
tour. Yep,
Yep.
yep. Mark and I
So
just bought our
I'm
tickets.
pretty excited.
And I did reach out to Blackie, but didn't hear anything back. And I know from what I know, is Blackie doesn't like doing interviews, but when you get him finally to sit down, he's very like talkative and very great. I'm gonna
Yeah.
send this episode to him an email and just be like, here you go. I know we didn't do an interview, but like, hey, just here's this, use it, share it, don't use it, throw it away, don't care. But
Yeah.
so it would have been cool because I think he's a really cool personality and really interesting, and he's very intelligent too, and I think
He is.
he
Yeah.
he can give a lot of really great context to things. So say what you want about him. Yeah, I'm sure people have strong opinions about him because he's a strong personality, but he is very well spoken and seems to have. You can't listen to Crimson Idol and be like, oh, that guy's a dumbass. Like
Yeah.
he's definitely doing some stuff. So, all right, let's get into it, Mark. Let's get a little history here. So, Blackie Lawless, or Stephen Duran, was born in Tampa, but raised in Staten Island, also home of the Wu-Tang Clan, for you Wu-Tang
Oh
Clan fans
yes.
out there. He was pretty active in the church, and he was kind of born again at the age of 11, but in his teen years, he kind of strayed, started to become a little fascinated with the occult and things like that. And then in 1975, Johnny Thunders, the guitar player for the New York Dolls, left the tour, and Blackie filled in for a few dates. Not a lot, but just a little. And he kind of became friends with Arthur Kane, the bass player for New York Dolls, and followed Kane to California, and they joined up and formed a band called Killer Kane, and he went by the name Blackie Guzman for one EP. That was about it. In '76, I think Kane went back to New York, and so then Blackie formed Sister with Randy Piper, who we just heard on guitar there on "Fuck Like a Beast" and "Show No Mercy," and and then in '78 he brought in this guy by the name of Nikki Sixx on bass guitar and Lizzie Gray on guitar, and that was Sister. And then at one point, Chris Holmes would join up with Sister. I'm not for sure how long he was in it,
I
but
think it was just
definitely
for
they
a
knew.
year, from what I could
Yeah,
tell.
just kind of knew each other. Then from there, like Sister sort of fell apart, and he formed kind of Circus in 1979 with again Piper on guitar. They kind of failed, and then Blackie sort of joined up with what Gray and Six were doing with a new band called London in 1981. And I think there's some played a few gigs. They recorded a demo, but then Six left to form this band called Motley Crue. Perhaps you've heard of them. And in '82, kind of Lawless was kind of done with London and done with Circus and all that, and he begins forming W.A.S.P. And he eventually will switch to bass. They had a bass player named Rick Fox, who's on some of the demos that we'll hear here. And so when Fox goes on bass, and I think they tried a couple other guys out too. Eventually, Lawless sort of switches over to bass guitar from guitar when they bring in Chris Holmes, because now they have Piper and Holmes as kind of the players. Um, Rick Fox, interestingly enough, will go on to form a band called Steeler with Ron Keel and a young guitar player named Yngwie Malmsteen.
Yeah.
So kind of interesting. This is very incestuous. That's from reading like some of the books the research I did. There's a book I'm going to read from in a little bit called Nothing But a Good Time, The Uncensored History of 80s Hard Rock Explosion from Tom Boujor and Richard Beinstock. But it's like 600 pages, oral history. Great read. Highly recommend it. But man, everyone was switching bands. Yeah,
Yeah.
I always forget like Jakey Lee played with Rat before he went with Ozzy. It's just like fucking everyone's in everyone's band. Robin Crosby played bass or played guitar with Dokken before he went to Rat. Like everyone's just doing,
Well, it's
you
this
know,
like explosive, like really small scene, just like, like Swedish death metal
like
or
Swedish death
Florida
metal. Yeah.
death metal. Like
Yep.
everybody's bouncing around between bands because there's
Well,
only
you look
so
at
many things. And then you're like, well, I got a strong personality and my own thing to say, so I'm going to start my own band. And you pull all these other people in.
it's like Napalm Death,
Yeah.
became like the progenitor of like five different bands, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, and so basically at this point, it's, Piper, and then they bring in Tony Richards, and he was from a band called Dante Fox, who eventually became Great White. And
Ah.
so, yeah, so Tony Richards is from what eventually became Great White, and then Holmes joins as lead guitar player. So of course they knew each other from back in the late '70s and stuff. So that's kind of how W.A.S.P sort of forms. And so I've
I
got some.
I think
Go
real
ahead.
quick, I think that extra little bit of that him being in the dolls for half a second adds this extra like validity to him and in general.
Yeah, he'll dismiss it. He'll kind of say it's overstated. I've heard him in interviews saying that. I think there's probably a quote I'll share at one point. He's like, I was in the dolls, but I wasn't. But I do think the friendship with Kane is so important because it's what
Yeah.
gets him to California. And
Hmm.
and like you said, it is on his resume. So whether he's in the dolls for 5 minutes or whatever, it doesn't matter. He
Like
can
such
tell
a
people,
touchstone band like that that kind of,
especially
influenced
for the
so many
glam
different
scene.
things.
Yeah, it's like the Dolls and Sweet and Bowie and T-Rex were, and even, they were like the glam bands that people looked up to, if you
Yeah.
were
So
in
even
the
to be in
glam
that
scene.
for, a couple months,
Yeah,
that says
exactly.
something.
So I'm going to share some things here and feel free to interrupt as we sort of go through. But this is from, I'll get to the Nothing But a Good Time book in a moment. But this is from, speaking of Martin Popoff, from another book he did called The Big Book of Hair Metal. And it's illustrated oral history of heavy metal's debauched decade. And so he's basically just interviewing kind of different people and stuff. And so, This is from Lizzie Gray, who played guitar in Sister in London. And he says, Blackie Lawless wanted to be Alice Cooper pretty much. What he was doing was shock rock. At the time with Sister, he was doing things like eating earthworms on stage, night crawlers, and throwing meat at the audience in his later Wasp band. Alice Cooper had a huge appeal to people like Blackie and myself. I was a huge Alice Cooper fan, although as a guitarist, not as someone doing the theatrics, but as someone who was creating the music for those sort of theatrics. Kiss was an influence as well. Blackie and Gene Simmons had kind of a rift going between them because of a girl named Star Stowe, who had known both of them or something, laughs. Star's really well known because she did a really great Playboy spread where she was holding a Rickenbacker guitar over her crotch. And I think that was one of the first times it was really done to that degree. So she kind of gets kudos for that. So kind of a interesting sort of standpoint on him.
Yeah.
And the other thing, and I think this comes up later, so I won't go into it too much, but Ace Frehley and Blackie knew each other when they were kids. Like
Hmm.
they were like supposedly in street gangs together. You know, how much of that is like hype, you know, what is a street gang in the early 70s? I don't
Well, it's
know.
it's elevated
Um,
stickball, really.
yeah, exactly. I'm sure it was just, you know, people
You
fucking
carried a
around,
knife in your back pocket.
but still it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like that he goes back again with New York Dolls, he goes back with Kiss a little bit, and Blackie will talk about like hanging out with Kiss in a moment. But here's this is another quote from Lizzie Gray, kind of just giving a little bit of context to that era a bit. And he says, I think they're talking about kind of the early glam stuff and how glam was starting to, you know, penetrate its way into LA. And Quiet Riot was one of the first bands in LA that was kind of flying the flag for kind of, you know, glam rock stuff. He says Quiet Riot was sort of hard rock, Slade influence, the British hard rock that influenced all of us so much. Slade, Sweet, Mott the Hoople, Mark Bolan, T-Rex. Quiet Riot were a bit older than us, and guys like Nikki Sixx and I, well, we used to go watch Quiet Riot, and Randy Rhoads was so awesome to watch. For people who don't know, Randy Rhoads came from Quiet Riot when he was recruited to Ozzy. Um, he was so fluid and he had such a great feel for that kind of music. And needless to say, Kevin DuBrow's voice was pretty much a dead ringer for Slade's Noddy Holder. Quiet Riot was really popular, and Sister were very unpopular. He laughs. There wasn't that much draw for that kind of thing in the late 70s because you had Rodney Bingenheimler doing disco at the Sunset Strip. I have no idea who the fuck that is. I guess if you're in LA, you probably knew who that was. And you had Foley doing the Runaways, and there was a sort of foppish, popish leftover from the late 70s. Arthur Kane was a good friend of mine before he passed away, and he used to talk about how the whole New York Dolls thing and the whole glitter rock thing only lasted for a couple of years from like 74 to 76. Then it got kind of eclipsed by the whole disco thing. So it was really fun back in 76, 77 when I would see Blackie kind of moping around Hollywood because there wasn't much appeal for the shock rock thing other than Alice Cooper, who was doing it his first time around. But we would be hanging around the Starwood. That place was just phenomenal because you had all these influences like disco going on in one room, and then you had the foppish metal rock, whatever you want to call it, Quiet Riot. We call it glitter more than glam. Our distinction is that glitter rock was everything going on in the 70s, and glam rock was kind of like the second coming of glitter rock. And that was bands like Poison and London and all that. So again, just kind of putting Blackie in context a little bit there. You know, in terms of what the scene was like in the late 70s when he kind of arrives in LA. And, you know, I don't know, what are your, you know, I know you like that era of Bowie, but did you really ever get into like Sweet and any of that other stuff? I love Sweet as
I
a,
mean, I
you
like
know,
Sweet. I don't own much of their stuff, but
uh,
I don't own any of their stuff. But I respect what
really
they
you can
did
get
and
in the
what they
greatest
are.
hits and you're fine.
Yeah,
So
like I get their kind of like point. You know, I like Mark Bolan stuff and T Rex and you know, just after that, like Roxy Music and a lot of that kind of shit.
yeah,
I really dig that early stuff, and then when it turned into the '80s, I mean, of course, as a kid, you don't understand where any of this shit comes from.
sure.
But yeah, it was very. I don't know that stuff. I dig that stuff. I don't have a ton of it. Mostly just all the Bowie stuff and a little bit of T Rex. But Sweet, I've kind of had a little bit more of a come to Jesus moment, you
You go
know,
back and
over the
listen
last
to
couple of
like
years.
their first couple, and I have them like Give Us a Wink and Sweet FA. Like those are
Yeah,
pretty heavy records. There's some good
yeah,
stuff there, you know.
yeah.
So
And you know, the power pop with the, you know,
yeah,
the glam and a little bit of balls, but um, yeah, I did that stuff. I just don't. It's not, you know. I don't have a huge representation of it in my collection.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. And again, the part of the reason I know so much of that stuff, I was a fan. I became a huge fan of Sweet because I was obsessed with Days of Confused soundtrack in high school and still am to some extent. I'm obsessed with that movie. And Fox on the Run, like I was like, whoa. And then Wayne's World, they cover Ballroom Blitz,
Yeah,
like the
that was a
fake
big deal. Yeah.
Tia Carrere band does Ballroom Blitz, and I was like, oh shit. So, anyways, that was my gateway into Sweet and stuff. But so this is from a interview with Blackie from Decibel from 2015, November 2015. It's got Iron Maiden on the cover. Mark, you did an illustration for With the Dead. So
Oh, Lee
uh,
Dorian's
yeah, Lee
Electric
Dorian.
Wizard band. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the illustration you did, and Fear. Oh, Napalm Death was the Hall of Fame, the from Enslavement record. So,
Okay.
but
9 years ago.
yeah, 2015. So they're interviewing him, and just one kind of thing that Blackie says is he says, my first memory of anything in life, I was 2 years old sitting at the breakfast table. My parents were eating powdered donuts, and I remember hearing Chuck Berry's Sweet Little 16. He says, I didn't know what I was hearing, but somehow I understood it. And so, like, that's his, it's like us with Star Wars in the movie theater. It's like an origin point of like, okay, this is sort of real.
Yeah.
But the interviews with Jay Bennett, and Jay Bennett's first three questions are really about kind of pre-WASP history. And he basically, Jay asks him about replacing Johnny Thunders. And he says, that must have been a huge turning point in your life. And Blackie says, a lot more has been made of playing those two shows with them than probably should have been. What really came out of the experience was when Arthur and I came to California, because that's what got me to LA. And then he asks him about forming Killer Kane and Arthur. He says, but it didn't last long. Was it frustrating to be in two bands that fizzled out back to back like that? And he says, well, Arthur was one of those guys who was enormously talented and a visionary, but he had personal problems, particularly alcohol. He couldn't keep it together. But I was ambitious. I put him in rehab twice. But I've since learned, after dealing with addicts and other sorts, that nobody changes anything about themselves unless they see a need for it. So I couldn't get him to do it. And then he asks him about hanging out with Ace Frehley a bit. And he says, well, when I started hanging out with Ace, it was before we could legally drink. He laughs. We used to collect Coke bottles and go cash them in for deposits so we could buy beer. He's about 3 years older than me, but so he was a lot like a big brother to me. Looking back on it, I put it in my apprenticeship by watching Kiss being born. I saw what they went through. Their climb was meteoric. It didn't seem fast at the time, but in reality, it was like lightning. I was living it vicariously through Ace, and it taught me a lot. But when W.A.S.P got together and we started having success, having seen what happened with Kiss kind of robbed me of the excitement of our first record deal and things like that, because I'd already lived it in a way, but it was an incredible learning experience. And so kind of interesting context for Blackie there.
Yeah, and
So
also from what I in retrospect, he's kind of said before that their first record deal was actually pretty good,
yeah,
and
no,
they
they
didn't
got
realize
like
how good it was.
they got one of the best like signing bonuses, I guess, like kind of all time, I
Well, that
think a
and they
little
got
bit.
Final Say.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And then they go a little bit further in that same interview with Bennett. I'll sort of finish it off because this kind of gets a little bit more into Kiss. He says, what was the living situation like when you first moved out to LA? He says, Arthur met a girl and ended up living with her. We found a drummer who was living in Laurel Canyon, and I lived in the garage where we were rehearsing. I was there for about 3 months. For the next year and a half, I slept on people's floors. Then I moved into my deluxe accommodations, which was a 3 by 12 closet in what used to be an old office building on Gower and Selma in Hollywood. I lived there for another year and a half. The building is still there. It was just big enough for a single mattress, and my clothes hung above me. So my first 4 years was pretty rough. I was living on about $5 a week. So, I mean, Blackie talks a lot about, and some of the things I've heard where, one of the influences when we eventually get to like, even Headless Children kind of has this sort of cast off characters who hope broken hopes and broken dreams, the fallen angel story or whatever, the Lost in Hollywood.
Yeah,
That kind of obsession with that is, I think, something that both is cliche, but it's also something like he lived, and he saw, I think, a lot of people in the scene around him like go down in flames. I'm sure, people
Yeah.
he was close with, and he never did. He kind of managed to not get into drugs and not take those temptations. But I think even like, and this is maybe putting the cart before the horse, but like when you get to like inside the Electric Circus, I think he has this self-awareness that like that's as far as this like Bacchanal era of Wasp can kind of go. It's like I've kind of done all the like party band stuff and all the sex, drugs, and rock and roll has become kind of a tired cliche for him. And so I think he's like there's something kind of meta about a lot of the things that like Blackie has done in his career, but I also think it's because he's inside of it. He's in the Electric Circus, right? His whole from the Dolls all the way to fucking Crimson Idol. Like he's just sort of been part of rock and roll in multiple facets of it. The
Hmm.
lows, the highs. I mean, he lived through like glam being nothing, in the late 70s, then rising up, then kind of dying in the early 90s. Like so he's kind of seen the whole roller coaster of fame and all this adoration. And I think it fascinated him, and that's cool that he
Yeah,
was
and
able to
also
put it
like
into
like
albums.
realizing he's in it for the music and the creative kind of outlet, and not just getting fucked up and having groupies.
Yep. Yep. And then Jay asks in the next question, he says, well, what kept you going during that time? Was it just the hunger for success? He says, yeah, man, the dream. Kiss would come into town 3 times a year. So I'd be riding around a limousine with Ace. And then the minute he leaves, I'm back in my squatter's position. Talk about something playing with your head. He says, unbelievable. He said, in the summer of 76, Kiss were playing Anaheim Stadium. Destroyer just came out and they were about to be the biggest band in the world. So everything's great when Ace is around. And then I'm back on my own. It was like being a yo yo. And he says, were you getting a glimpse of the dark side of money and fame? He said, Ace had a lot of problems, is what Jay asked him. He says, not at that time. His biggest thing was drinking. We never, ever touched drugs. That stuff started coming around later because he was unhappy. He says, but that was maybe around 78 when Peter left because they were in two camps, Paul and Gene on one side and Ace and Peter on the other. When Peter left, Ace lost his voice. That's where the ugliness really started to come in. And then this is, I think, a apropos way of ending this conversation that he's kind of having here. He says, "What kind of perspective did that give you later in W.A.S.P when you were playing with Chris Holmes, who was a serious alcoholic?" He says, "Well." You've walked the road, you know where the pitfalls are, and you try to cram into someone's head the surrealistic experience you've been a part of, but it's impossible to do so. You couldn't pour that information into someone's head who was clear thinking. Here's my buddy and Kiss doing their first tour opening for Blue Oyster Cult, and everyone thinks they're a joke. 2.5 years later, I'm standing on the side of the stage on Anaheim Stadium asking myself, how did this happen? You can't explain that to someone who wasn't there, especially if they don't want to hear. And then he goes, Chris was basically Arthur Kane, part two in my life. So kind of a weird circular thing that Blackie's kind of seen. I think a lot of the people he's close to kind of fall, whether it be Kane and Ace or, eventually Chris, so it's
Yeah.
kind of fascinating, his own sort of life experiences with some of that kind of stuff, but um, yeah. So let's get into this a little bit. This is this book I made mention of, Nothing But a Good Time. Great book. Really, really fun. I almost read the whole thing last weekend. I was just looking for the Wasp parts and I just couldn't put it down. I was like, I had Mary Tyler Moore episodes going on in the background. I was just like reading through this oral fucking history. So I was basically living the 70s again or something. But it's from chapter 10, which is titled It's Male Dominating Machoism or whatever. And it's really about kind of Wasp and some of the stuff that's kind of going on there and their origins. And there's two parts to it. I'll read one of the parts in this set, and then the next talk set, I'll read the other part. And so they start off asking Ron Keel. He says, just to kind of give his perspective. So I'll basically name the person who's talking and then kind of give what they said. He said, in those days, you'd walk into any gig and you'd see 3 or 4 bands that went on to sell multi-platinum records. And just those guitar players, George Lynch and Jakey Lee and Mick Mars and Mark Kendall, the list goes on. I saw Wasp at the Troubadour lighting stuff on fire, throwing meat out at the audience. I thought that was cool because we didn't have meat, man. We had peanut butter and jelly. I'm like, wow, these guys are badass. They're throwing steaks. And Brian Slagle, who of course founds Metal Blade Records, he says, I think I got hit in the head once with some meat. So that's funny. Um, Gina Zamparelli, who was a LA club promoter, she says, when W.A.S.P came along, if Motley Crue was scary, W.A.S.P took it over the top. They were so tall and the stage show was so menacing. There's no words for it. I went to every single show. I couldn't not go. They were unbelievable to watch. It was this progression of theatrical music that went from Alice Cooper to them and then later to Marilyn Manson. At that time, we'd never seen anything like it. Tracy Guns from LA Guns says, the first time I ever saw W.A.S.P, it was at the Troubadour on Wednesday night. I was maybe 15 or 16, and Blackie lit the W.A.S.P sign on fire, and Chris Holmes spit in the air, and it landed on his arm. They were just like, they were fucking foul. It was awesome. And Blackie comes in and says, our foundation was in theatrics. We didn't want to stand there and play. That wasn't us. Basically, it started off as entertainment for us. We quickly discovered that whenever you have the attention of the eyes and ears, sight will always win over sound. People listen with their eyes, not their ears. Brian Slagle says, there was a buzz around this guy, Blackie Lawless. None of us had ever met him, but we all kind of knew who he was. Bob Nalbandian, who was a journalist at the time, he says Blackie had a reputation. I guess he was in the New York Dolls for a while, and he had his band's sister. People seem to know about him. And then Don Atkins, who was a photographer in LA, says, did Blackie ever tell you about his sports days? He told me his real name was Steve Duran, and when he was younger, he had actually gotten drafted for the farm team of the Tigers. Heads up Detroit. There we go.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I was a hell of a baseball player. I had a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in high school, something like that. He was telling me the story of how he got drafted, but then he got the offer to go be in the New York Dolls, what became the final version of them, and he took that instead. Blackie says, I only did a couple shows with the Dolls. I was 19 years old, and I was stunned because it was like five guys all trying to be like Jim Morrison and succeeding. Yeah. So they're all getting fucking crazy. Much more has been made out of my time in the Dolls than should have been, but the big thing for me was it got me from the East Coast to the West Coast. Chris Holmes says, back in the late 70s, I'd worked with Blackie and Sister. I grew up in a place called La Canada, right by the Rose Bowl. It's where the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory is. And the next town is Pasadena. Back in 73 and 74, Van Halen would play backyard parties there. I met Eddie Van Halen and we became friends. He'd borrow my amps all the time and I'd be able to go down to the clubs and see the sound check and stuff. I was in high school. Then in 78, I got in a motorcycle accident and I was laid up in the hospital and I was going to be there for a while. Eddie had just gotten off the first Van Halen tour and he'd taken his guitar and cut a big V out of the back of it. It changed the tone of his guitar, made it a lot more trebly. So he came and visited me in the hospital and asked to borrow my Ibanez Destroyer for their record. He wound up using it on Women and Children first and then went out on the road again. Anyways, then I get out of hospital and I want my guitar back. So I go over to my mom's house and she opens the door and I say, hey, I think that's my guitar here. She goes, look in his room. I go back into Eddie's room and I find it, and it doesn't even have a bridge or a pickup in it, the prick, but I kind of didn't care. So it's like, again, these guys, everyone was like knew everyone. It was fucking
Yeah.
cool. Like you almost think Van Halen's of like a separate generation, but they're fucking right in the middle
They
of
were
this.
really
They're like
young. Yeah.
they're the bridge between like Aerosmith and like Motley Crue or whatever, right? Like that
Hmm.
kind of American metal kind of generation. Um, and then Al Bain, who was the leather designer, he says, Chris Holmes was a friend of mine from high school. He was the guitar hero. Whereas I didn't have an easy time. I'm Hispanic, and it was a pretty white area and pretty damn racist. But Chris didn't care about any of that. He treated people the way you treated him. So we became friends. And then one day he called me up and asked me to help him make a costume for this band he was playing in. It was called Sister. Yeah, Blackie says, yeah, Sister was put together in 77. And then Stephen Quadros, he was a drummer for a band called Snow, probably a low key LA band. He says, I saw Sister one time at the Starwood, and I think it was Blackie. He actually set himself on fire, and it kind of went a little haywire. I was like, what's he doing? It looked like he actually burned himself a little bit. And the music was okay. It wasn't great or anything. But when he put W.A.S.P together, W.A.S.P was light years better than Sister. They were better musicians, they had better songs, and they had a better show. Chris Holmes says, when Blackie talked to me about joining W.A.S.P, I didn't even want to join the band, but I asked him, how long until it gets a deal? He said, guaranteed it will be a year. So I came in and we did our first show. We had Don Costa, I think he was the bass guy after Rick Fox, and Tony Richards from Dante Fox on drums. Um, Gina Zamparelli says Don Costa did one show with W.A.S.P, and he was grating the flesh off his knuckles with a cheese grater. I have this memory of standing there saying, "Oh my God, he's not doing that." It was sickening. Chris Holmes says he was playing his bass with a pickaxe all out of tune. I came into rehearsal the next time and I went, "Don, you're probably one of the best bass players I've ever played with. But if you ever play out of tune on stage with me again, I'm going to chew your cock off and spit it in your face in front of everybody." Chris Holmes. And he says, the funny thing is, Don quit that day, anyways, because he had gotten a gig with Ozzy. Blackie was playing guitar at the time and he didn't want to disband us. So he said, I'll play bass. And that's how Blackie became the Geezer Butler of bass that he is. So that's that's a little bit of this chapter. We'll return to it later on in the next talk set. But it's great. I mean, it's just story after story, and you can't put it
Is there,
down.
do you know, because Ron Smallwood, the manager of Iron Maiden, managed them for a while. I'm wondering when he
Yeah,
came into the picture. Is that
I
in there at
can't
all?
remember if
Or?
it come. It might be. It might be. They definitely Blackie will bring up Rod in some
Okay.
things we'll read from. So yeah. So let's set things up here. Let's kind of talk about some music that we're going to hear in this first set. The first four songs that we're going to hear are basically demo tracks, and we want to give you a little taste of the progression of what gets them to W.A.S.P, and then we'll sort of end with a couple of tunes from the actual debut, so you can kind of see the musical progression and stuff. And so what we've really got is two songs that kind of definitely came out of the sister era. One is What I Am from the demo in 1977. And it's got Blackie kind of moving between his whisper and snarl vocals a little bit. We'll definitely talk about Blackie's vocal skills throughout this episode a lot, but you can kind of hear some of the him kind of doing different voices, which will be kind of part of his personality. Lyrically and tonally, what's really interesting about this, like I don't know how much you really paid attention to it, but it kind of predicts like Crimson Idol like themes. It's really like kind of about like the rock and roll dream, So it's almost like Blackie's like working ideas out for years in his head. A lot of songs from Sister like will appear later on Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus, and so I like his determination that like even an idea that's like half baked is he doesn't like throw it away. He just kind of like puts it into like a place and just kind of meditates on it until he can like kind of formulate into something that is actually like worthwhile. I don't know, is that something you do kind of as an artist sometimes where you're like you have like
Oh,
a
absolutely.
kernel of an idea, but
Yeah. I mean, I've got stuff like, ideas that I think are, you know, just brilliant that I hang on to. And I'm like, oh, this would be good for this. Or, yeah,
Mhm.
there's like certain little like comic tropes I've had for 10 or 15 years that I know it'll be good when I get to use it, but it's just kind
Yeah.
of there in the background.
Guess I've gotten that way with like I'll do it with teaching lessons sometimes where I'm like, okay, down the road, I want to try and like put this idea and this together. And I want to find video clips for this that will tell this, like, give, this kind of theme or whatever. Or even like these episodes, sometimes like I'll be like plotting out, like I've already in my brain, I think I told you like a month ago that like I've got like kind of a vision for like how to do Dio,
Yeah.
so I'm kind of like I'm mapping it out, and like sometimes I'll like lie awake in bed or, just kind of thinking about like, okay, put that piece together, put that. So
And
I
just
guess
like when
that's what anyone
connections come
does.
together for certain bands or certain genres, or you're like, holy shit, like, oh my God, this is it.
Absolutely.
Here's this key for, this band or this specific type of music.
I think that's something I kind of appreciated, like researching W.A.S.P, is just how many of the ideas from the early years or pre-W.A.S.P kind of eventually, make their way into stuff. But
Hmm.
I'm not 100% sure on like, these demos. Obviously, you said that there's like a bootleg out that has a collection of some of
I
the
don't know if
sister
it's a
stuff.
bootleg or not. Yeah, there's a technically a bootleg of Sister. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a bootleg on Discogs of Sister.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay.
I'm not sure what it sounds like or anything, but the on the full album, so a lot of these interviews I've been listening to, Blackie's talking about there's some type of release that's going to happen of the first album of like two different versions of the demos,
Oh, okay.
which I haven't seen anything about at all. I don't know if that's something that was talked about. And then, was it Capitol? Did they put it out, or who
I
put
think
out the first
Capital.
record?
Yeah.
But it's
Yep.
probably
Yep.
reverted back to them at this point, 30,
Yeah.
40 years later or something. But
Well, the reason I asked is like I don't know, these versions that are floating around YouTube and stuff like that. Like I don't know if Nikki Six is actually on this version, but he definitely was in the band in '77. But I'm not sure. What I Am comes from the demo of '77. This
I've
recording,
heard stuff that
you know,
all kinds of like with with how YouTube is. There's all these little documentaries that people put together. Of course, nothing has any kind of annotations, but people talking about that he was in the band and then the like kicked out of the band because he couldn't really play bass, and there's all these
yeah,
conspiracy theories or surrounding him that he I don't even know like half the time he's not even playing bass live when they're doing these stadium tours
yes,
and
I've
stuff
I've
now.
heard a lot of that stuff too. Yeah,
So I don't know if
so
that's a lot of like contemporary stuff, kind of like filtering what happened in what people think happened in the past or not. But
I can tell you this: it's Blackie singing, it's Blackie on guitar, and
yes,
it's Lizzie Gray on guitar. Whether it's Nikki Six playing bass, hard to know. Um,
yeah,
then you get to a song called "Mr. Cool," which was recorded both by Sister and Circus Circus. And this is from '79, so this is like he's moving to his kind of next band. And this is the song that was originally recorded with Killer Kane. So this goes all the way back to the Arthur Kane days. This "Mr.
okay,
Cool" song. And
very Alice
so
Cooper.
yeah, very Alice Cooper. Yep. And eventually it morphs into Cries in the Night
Hmm.
from Inside the Electric Circus, which is cool. So again, this nucleus of an idea that he hasn't quite, worked out or whatever. Um, you know, you can hear that kind of propulsive, catchy, melodic quality that would kind of define Wasp and Blackie for most of the '80s and early '90s. It's kind of missing that like killer attack, raw ferocity
Yeah, there's more
but again,
dissonance than ferocity in this.
yep, yep. Then the third demo that we're going to hear is actually from the W.A.S.P demo, Face the Attack in '82, and it's a song called Master of Disaster. And this has Rick Fox, I believe, on bass at this point. And you can hear some elements of both Love Machine and School Days. And also the verses have some of the Wild Child vibes. He says, like, as I ride the winds,
Yeah.
that's kind of a lyric from Wild Child.
Well, what I
Um,
think my one of my what I thought was a very astute observation
okay.
was
I
was
like
the
astute observations.
which is not I mean it's just one of those stupid things where you're really deep in something, you're like, oh my God. But there's like I think it goes this hierarchy of bass players that kind of affected each other. Gene Simmons, Blackie Lawless to a bet.
Yeah.
As far as like
I
I see so much like immortal, like what they pulled out of Wasp.
Well, it's funny. Yeah, and there's kind of the sleazy swagger, especially in like
Yeah.
those later Immortal records.
Well, and even like the crab walk, the that type of like stance
Yeah,
is like
that's
I
Gene
was like
Simmons.
that's fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah, that's Gene Simmons. Well, it's funny you mentioned Immortal because here's my weird take, and I think this is complete accident. All right. But the middle part of Master Disaster kind of has like a weird dissonant proto black metal vibe to it, and there's like even
Hmm.
a like weird chilling scream and like a doomy guitar that you could almost hear on like Hellhammer or something. I'm not talking like hyper blast, black metal or whatever, but that kind
Yeah.
of early eerie kind of black metal stuff. And again, it's probably because it's poorly recorded, so it's got necro quality there. But just Blackie's voice has like when he does like really shrill kind of screams. Black metal has a lot of screaming in it, right? Death metal's guttural, black metal has these screams, and
Hmm.
it's kind of weirdly there. So who
I
the
mean,
fuck
I wrote
knows?
that down for the at least for the sister stuff that has that like a mayhem dissonance
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
to
I'm
it as well.
sure. I'm sure they were. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure more of those bands than admit liked Wasp. I
And then
mean,
Master
you
of
even mentioned.
Disaster also has a lot of no album going on, like the
Oh yeah,
gallops and like
yeah.
this doomy Sabbath breaks and
Well, there's a lot of priest maiden stuff that's gonna like work its way in, and so
Mhm.
that's the interesting part. Like you said, Wasp was way more rooted in Nawabum than most of the LA bands were. Like
Absolutely, yeah.
Dokken is rooted in like German stuff more,
Hmm.
and Wasp is rooted in like Nawabum, and I think like that's awesome because obviously we're fans of both the Scorpions and W.A.S.P, you know,
Yeah.
so their roots are in a really cool place. Then we threw in for comparison, we don't really have to talk about it, but for your own comparison, supposedly the W.A.S.P demos, because the debut was recorded 3 times, I think, right? Three
That's
different
what the
versions
the
of it.
legend is.
Um, and Blackie and others have claimed that the best version of the debut album is the actual demo. So I don't know if this is the best demo version that Blackie's talking about, but this is definitely a demo from '83 of Animal Fuck Like a Beast. So you've already heard the studio version. Now you can compare it to this, and it did sound different. You know, we kind of
Hmm.
listened to it a little bit as we are just about to record. So I'm not going to say much about it, but there you go. So you have it for your own kind of comparison. And then we'll end with 2 songs that we'll talk about when we come back: B.A.D. and On Your Knees. And so, you know, I will say this just before we kind of go in. We'll talk about the actual songs, but I wanted to kind of like Eh, no, I'll save it. I'll save it. I'll save it. I was going to read Chris's intro to his Hall of Fame piece, but I'll wait till Talk Set 2 to do it. So, but all right. So we got 4 demos, and then we got 2 songs from the debut. So we've got What I Am from '77 from Sister, Mr. Cool from Sister / Circus Circus from '79. Then from 1982, we finally get W.A.S.P with Master Disaster from the Face the Attack demo. Then from the '83 demo, we get Animal Fuck Like a Beast. Then we get B.A.D. and On Your Knees from the self-titled debut from 1984.
I look at my face in the mirror, and I don't understand. Don't feel like a girl, and it's not getting clearer. I don't feel like a man.
That was On Your Knees in B.A.D from the debut self-titled W.A.S.P record. Then we had 4 demos before that. We heard the Animal Fuck Like a Beast demo, the Master Disaster demo, both from early W.A.S.P, and then a pair of tunes from Sister to kick everything off, What I Am and Mr. Cool. So, B.A.D and On Your Knees, they're not the strongest songs on the record, but really the debut's pretty fucking strong. There's not that
Yeah.
many songs I would sort of skip. It was kind of tough to be like, what should I skip? I almost wanted to put School Days on there just because we played Teacher's Pet with Venom, and it kind of is like we have this like running theme of like inappropriate school kind of sleaze metal songs that we've played throughout Requiem's history, but
Yeah, I mean, I was
it got
thinking of like there's so many cliches of this era of metal. Like we could do a show about that, but yeah, there's like the hot for teacher mode.
yep.
Then there's
Underage.
the gypsy
Yes, the
is in
Gypsy.
fucking
Yep.
everything, including the new Dokken record, Heaven Coming Down, which
Yes.
is great.
Yep. It's a great record. Yeah.
Fantastic record.
Yep.
What else did I write? It's in my notes
Although
somewhere.
although I'm hearing the news on Don's voice and Don's health is like not great.
Yeah, he said
He
I
had
don't know if he had a motorcycle accident or something, but he's
something's
got like
fucked
a
up
bunch
with
of
him.
vertebrae fused. His hands fucked up.
Yeah, and he had to
Um,
cancel all the European dates. He had to put out a
yeah.
press release where he said, "I'm still playing the American dates, contrary to what people." So it's like, I don't know. Anyways, keep going. What were you saying about cliches?
Oh, just I started noting that and writing them down, like all of these, like these different like thematic cliches of bands of that era. Like, Merciful Fate has the gypsy song. Everybody has a
Yep.
fucking gypsy song.
Which again, it's going to show up a lot in this episode because it's song titles of different things, but like even that like that word is taken on some like negative connotations now, like
Yeah.
apparently like the Roma people don't love the term sometimes, but in the context of rock and roll it's
It's
not,
always
it's just a
exotic.
drifter. It's just like somebody who's like on a drifter, it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be like racial or whatever. So
No, usually it's
whereas
about like some awesome hot woman.
yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be that. Or somebody that's living the lifestyle of, wherever I may roam, kind of
Yeah.
on the road and that sort of thing. But so basically BAD, that's got speaking of sweet, we were talking about them last set. There's a lot of sweet, a lot of Alice Cooper, I'm 18 kind of rebellion against parental authority kind of
A lot of
themes going on
AC/DC,
there.
man.
Oh yeah. And, the hooky chorus, I said all the key elements from Blackie, whose innate songwriting style comes from his favorite songwriters, the Beatles, The Who, AC/DC, Cooper, and Kiss. And you hear
Yeah.
like kind of all those elements there. So
This is your
um
classic bad girl breaking their parents' hearts
that's it.
for being a
Yep.
slut.
Yes. I'm trying to think what my favorite version of that cliche is. It might be Mudhoney. Sweet young thing ain't sweet no more, because it's got this like fucking Melvin's riff that's so nasty in it, and just the way he snarls, like, sweet young thing ain't sweet no more. Daddy's little girl spilled her pills all over the bathroom floor. I'm like, yeah, like it's just nasty, and it's
I
got
keep
the
getting
right.
Winger suggested to me, on the autoplay on
Oh well,
Spotify. So
hey,
17's been popping up quite a bit. And some of the
yeah,
new songs, which are actually pretty good.
they're good. Here's the thing. I love Winger. I've seen him live several times. I wished Albert from Decibel happy birthday. I said, hey, in tribute, we're gonna record a 7-hour Winger episode, and you get to be our guest. I said, you better get your Red Bull ready. It's gonna be a long night. And he LOL'd it. So I think he sent me an email one time, Albert did, where it was a Winger box set was being advertised, and he emailed me and Chris and goes, please God, don't fucking buy this. It's like, you never know, Albert. So yeah. It's weird because Albert kind of likes some of that stuff. He loves Def Leppard. He loves, but he's
Yeah.
definitely got his breaking point that he can't get past with some of that stuff, which I get, I get it.
Yeah, everybody's got their certain
Their limits.
proclivities.
Yeah. Yep. And then On Your Knees, fucking love the way Blackie snarls, like playing with fire, lust in you burns. It's just like primal blues, rock and roll, devil's music, kind of sex stuff, right? Like he's tapping into that primordial thing that like I mentioned at the beginning, Howlin' Wolf or like Muddy Waters, or these guys who are doing these double entendres about fucking and sex and Rolling Stones and all this sort of stuff. That's
Well,
where
the first
Blackie's
record, yeah,
coming
is
from,
mostly about
you know?
torture and sex.
Yeah, and kind of together, sometimes torturous sex,
Yeah.
like
But I think
S and M or whatever.
the vocal harmony is great in it. How it's a
Oh
little call
God,
and response thing where he's,
yeah.
going, it's really well done.
Yeah, it's fucking, like you said, it's primal. It's hitting what makes great rock and roll great.
Hmm.
Rolling Stones tapped into it. Like, I mean, when you take the metal sheen away, Blackie's just a really great rock and roll artist. Like he has rock and roll sensibilities that are smart. Like he's got more in common with, I think, like, Pete Townsend and like the Beatles than he does probably like most metal bands on
Yeah.
some level in terms of how he
There's more
approaches songwriting.
classic, I think, tropes in his songwriting for sure.
Yeah, yeah, that's, you can tell he's definitely a product of the late '60s and in the '70s in terms of like how he approaches kind of songwriting. I mean, and the guy's been in the scene since '75. You know what I mean? So he's
Yeah.
not he's
So
not
the
somebody that,
first record he's in 10 years almost.
yeah, yeah. So he's older than a lot. He's like Mick Mars. Mick Mars
Hmm.
was always like the like grounded one in crew because he had like 10 years more experience than any of those other guys
Well,
did,
that's like, with Priest and Scorpions too. Like they put in a lot of time before they got popular.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, Scorpions started off as a krautrock band. If you go
Hmm.
back and listen to their debut record, and they were very Sabbathy too, in that first record on Lonesome Crow.
Yeah,
But
even Accept, like, I mean, they put in like 3 records before anybody gave a shit about them.
yeah, that's true. And speaking of Accept, there's kind of like that anthemic, like kind of Accept vibes, kind of going on in this, and
Hmm.
they're sort of a touchstone band for W.A.S.P sometimes too. Some of the raspy stuff that Udo did with his vocals, you can kind of, tell why. You can tell why Witchery is doing a cover of Accept and W.A.S.P on the same album. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like on
Yeah.
some, it makes kind of sense in a way.
Well, it fits
You know,
more with that whole kind of like the German always being a little more extreme than everybody else. But, Wasp kind of fits in that mold too. They didn't really fit into the US thing. I think that's why they hit so much better in Europe.
in a weird way, like W.A.S.P is to like the '80s glam scene what like Sodom and Creator were to like thrash.
Hmm.
They're like edgier, right? They're on the
Yeah.
fringe, like kind of that sort of thing a bit.
And still on a major label.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy part. But Holmes rips a really killer solo and On Your Knees, and Richard's drums kind of, they move the song along. It's almost like on the edge of like kind of like Accept version of speed metal. Like it's fast, but it's not like, I don't know, it's got like kind of some of that vibe to it too.
Well, and how
So
like Accept would use like as few notes as possible, and I think that's kind of what they do as well. They're very kind of conservative with their note usage. It's all about
very
that
economic.
chug and the propulsion.
And I love the end of the song. You hear they kept in Blackie in the studio saying, "What the fuck was that?" So like
Yeah.
something happened. I don't know if that. I think it was spontaneous, but pretty cool. So
Hmm.
um, we read one thing from this before, but I wanted to give sort of proper introductions. This is from our good friend Chris, and he did the W.A.S.P Hall of Fame. He did it in 2016. It's the September 2016 issue. It's got Brujeria on the cover, and you did. I'll tell you, I always like to do this to Mark so he knows where he was. You did a Sub Rosa
Yeah, that was a good.
illustration.
I was very happy with that illustration.
That's very nice. Yeah, the hearts and the shields and the swords. Oh, very
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. So, but this is Chris's intro to the Hall of Fame piece, kind of setting up this debut record. He says, flashback, 1982, Hollywood, California. The various members of a newly formed W.A.S.P, still high on George Miller's Mad Max 2, the Road Warrior aesthetic, are in a friend's metal shop. There, penniless but rife with ambition and will to succeed, the group is crafting stages, stage props, and the outfits where the parent frightening saw blade codpiece was spawned that would define W.A.S.P's infamous future. See, W.A.S.P, the brainchild of New Yorker Blackie Lawless, was a next-generation idea. Prior to, the Wild Child was fronting shock glam act Sister with future W.A.S.P guitarist Randy Piper and with pre-Motley Crue Nikki Sixx. Sister folded after 2 short years, morphing into Circus, where Lawless and Piper funneled their interest in songwriting from the Beatles school and occult imagery into a potent combo. Like its predecessor, Circus was short-lived, only surviving long enough to see 2 years. W.A.S.P was, for all intents and purposes, the maturation of and a cut beyond what Lawless had in mind from his previous bands. That W.A.S.P was originally slated to be a studio-only band is all the more intriguing. Or surprising, sorry. By the time W.A.S.P signed an incredible deal valued at a cool $3 million with Capitol Records, they already had a reputation, not just for being able to fill Hollywood's troubadour to the gills on a Monday night, or by captivating audiences with a carnally savage stage show replete with raw meat and tubs of blood, but by having the guts to put it all on the line. Every time, period. Capitol knew they had a spectacle on their hands, one they had both revered and feared. To wit, W.A.S.P's first single, The Filthy Animal Fuck Like a Beast, was dropped from W.A.S.P's final track list. It was eventually released in England, where it lit up the charts and the Queen censors week after week in 84 and 85. But it wasn't just the raunchy Animal Fuck Like a Beast, dry humping Brits into oblivion that pushed W.A.S.P over the edge. Well done, Chris. Dry humping into oblivion is something I need to work into my daily
Hey, we were all
life.
teenagers once.
That's true. Dry humping was great. You gotta love it. Let's see. Oh, on the strength of the hit single "I Want to Be Somebody," an unprecedented work ethic and heavy petting from the Parents Music Resource Center, W.A.S.P went from a local phenoms to the national spotlight in a short span of time. They were the band moms hated. They were the band that shocked God-fearing adults into thinking W.A.S.P were the devil's left hand. But they were also the band kids wanted to hear and see. As an album, W.A.S.P killed, musically, lyrically, and visually, fronted by I Want to Be Somebody and moored by L.O.V.E, Machine, Hellion, Sleepy in the Fire, and capped by the inimitable Tormentor. The Californians had a genuine heavy metal classic on their hands, and in the controversy over the true meaning behind the band's name and W.A.S.P were a marketer's bloody dream. They looked like post-apocalyptic madmen. They played songs that were simultaneously heavy and catchy. They allegedly ground up live animals on stage, and most importantly, W.A.S.P could always hide behind the band name. Journalists, label execs, religious nuts, and Washington, D.C. based hypocrites were always a step removed from W.A.S.P. All this helped Lawless and crew build a wicked fan base and fill Capitol's coffers with cold, hard cash. So there you go.
Nicely done, Chris.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think he hits on a lot of the things we kind of already sort of mentioned in that sort of opening set, but let's see. He asks them in the beginning, he says, what exactly does W.A.S.P mean? And Blackie says, if you don't know by now, you'll probably never know. Here's the secret behind the name. We wanted a controversial name without the name being controversial. It played right into the period. Nobody had done that before. Sure, look at Creedence Clearwater Revival. They naturally shortened the band name over time, but they never put periods behind the letters. So we thought, let's put periods behind each letter, just to do it. Never in our wildest imaginations would we have thought it worked the way it did. And furthermore, I wish we would have patented the idea. A lot of bands have done it since. Chris says, Blackie came up with the name. We put the periods behind it shortly after, which means that each letter gets capitalized. Put 10 bands in print, and guess which name sticks out? The name in all
graphic design,
letters.
Shit right there.
That's it. Yeah, I was going to say, you as an artist understand this. He says the name in all capital letters, W.A.S.P. That was the first reason why we did that. When we got to the Capitol offices and some guy says, wait a minute, the periods must mean something. We never said the periods meant anything. People came along with crazy names for us, like We Are Stupid People, or We Are Sexual Perverts, or Want It All 16 Pizzas, laughs. Of course, white Anglo-Saxon is in the lyrics to show no mercy, but the name never had value behind what people placed on it. So that's kind of a cool thing.
It's like Kiss being, Knights in Satan's Service. Stuff where you could create more controversy without really doing anything.
Yep, exactly. And so I'll continue. So he says, "What do you remember about the events leading up to the assembly of W.A.S.P lineup?" Blackie says, "Well, when we first started out, we took a strange route. Believe it or not, we had no intention of performing live. Chris and I had a band before W.A.S.P. We thought, well, this isn't going to get anywhere, and we knew they, Capitol Records, were looking for records and songs. The original plan was to go in and record. The demos turned out okay. So we thought, let's try this and see what happens. Our foundation was in theatrics. We didn't want to stand there and play. That wasn't us. Basically, it started off as entertainment for us. We quickly discovered that whenever you have the attention of eyes and ears, sight will always win over sound. People listen with their eyes, not their ears. When we went out on that first tour, every question was about the show. Always the show. We'd say, what about the record? It'd go through one ear and out the other. I eventually told them, the press, listen, if this song is on the radio, I'm not going to be able to jump out of the speaker. He laughs. This record needed to stand on its own. They weren't hearing it at the time. Now the record is heralded. Randy Piper, the guitar player, says, remember, I didn't join W.A.S.P. Blackie and I created it. Blackie and I were in a couple of bands before W.A.S.P. One was Sister, which goes back to 78. I had just met Blackie at the Starwood nightclub in Hollywood, and I invited him as well as Jimmy Image and Joey Palamo, who were also with Sister, to my rehearsal studio, Magnum Opus Studio, which I had just opened. We started recording on an old 3340 reel-to-reel tape machine. We demoed some songs with Jimmy and Joey, and at that point, the name of the band changed from Sister to Circus. It had the pentagrams and all that stuff, the blood. There were theatrics in Sister. Blackie would set himself on fire, eat worms, shoot mannequins with flare guns, stuff like that. With Circus, so I guess
shooting, that's the most the most probably. I can't think of anybody else who shot a mannequin with a flare gun. Can you?
I don't know. I'm trying to
sets them apart.
I mean, earthworms. There was a wrestler called the Boogeyman that would eat earthworms. That was his like gimmick and stuff. I don't know.
That's like playground shit. Eating, like eating earthworms.
Yeah. Or like something you'd see at a circus sideshow or something, but like shooting a mannequin with a fucking flare gun is
that's pretty
it's simultaneously dumb but awesome at the same time, right?
Like it goes back to the 12-year-old thing. Like what would you do as a 12-year-old? Well, if I saw a mannequin and I had a flare gun, I would shoot it.
Fucking melt GI Joes and fucking burn shit, like
use a magnifying glass to melt, animal or melt toys and stuff. And
you definitely know this story, and I probably told it on the podcast before, but one of our good friends from the past is Grant Corcoon. He's on some early episodes of Requiem, and he had a farm, and he had the fucking diesel gas like pump. That we could just fill up fucking gas whenever we wanted. So we'd fill up the glass Gatorade bottles and make fucking Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
And we were like, in middle school, we were dumb as shit. Like we'd blow shit up and, fucking 12, 13, like.
That's where you're figuring out your boundaries. Yeah.
Well, we're trying to fucking blow shit up with fire and trying to steal like fucking woods porn, or like find porno tapes anywhere we can, like it's pre-internet. So you don't have access that kids nowadays have. So like it's very visceral, I think that's like honestly why I teach high school. I don't think, I coach middle school kids and I just can't deal with how they are unique. They are simultaneously like they have a sweetness to them, right? And there's no filter with them. And that's kind of appealing to some people who are good at teaching middle schoolers. But there's also something like nasty and unfiltered about them that like I can't deal with. Like I don't want all of their thoughts out loud because their thoughts are fucked up because they're middle schoolers.
Yeah.
Like I teach juniors and seniors because they might have a thought, but they say it internally and then they go, oh, I shouldn't say that out loud. Like that's the difference. Like I don't want external monologue. I want kids that like can have internal monologue, and sensory and stuff. So yeah. But yeah, blood, fire, death, sex, it's all that stuff. It's all happening. Let's see. Let me continue. With Circus, we cleaned it up a bit. There were lots of member changes with Circus. It was at this point when Chris Holmes came into the picture. That's when it turned into W.A.S.P. All this happened in a very short period of time. Our first show after 6 or 7 weeks with Chris was at the Troubadour. We were off and running after that. We redid some of the demos as some of the songs had changed a bit, like L.O.V.E, Machine. Other songs that made it were School Days and B.A.D. Within a year's time, we outgrew the Troubadour. We actually got fined for overcapacity. It got so bad we couldn't really even play there anymore. Chris Holmes says, I had a job before at the speaker company, Serwin Vega. That's how I learned about the importance of sound, what good speakers are, miking things properly. But I had to choose Serwin Vega or the band. I couldn't do both. I didn't want to work all day and then play all night. I'd never get anything done. So I told my boss about the band and promised to come back. I never did. Laughs. Later, when the band was going, we had done some shows in LA. And one night, here you go, Mark, Rod Smallwood,
There
Iron
we go.
Maiden's manager, happened to catch us at the Troubadour. The next night, Blackie and Rod talked at the Rainbow. Everything fell into place a month and a half later. We got the Capitol deal. Things happened so fast after that, we had enough songs for an album. And before we know it, we're in the studio with Mike Varney co-producing.
I guess that
Um,
makes sense because Maiden was on Capitol in the U.S., EMI in Europe.
Oh yeah. So that would make sense that they had that sort of going. I forgot
Yeah.
that was Capitol there. And then they talked to the drummer Tony Richards, and he says, I was with Great White before I joined W.A.S.P. There was kind of a switch between me and Gary Holland, who was with Blackie. I'm not sure. He says, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I was right fit for Great White, and Gary definitely wasn't going to fit in with the direction W.A.S.P. was going. I'm a hard hitter and a little bit over the top, so my style fit in, like Keith Moon. It was all done over a few phone calls, if I remember. When I joined W.A.S.P, Blackie was writing. He was starting over. I remember we rehearsed in a warehouse that Randy owned. It was pretty nice. That's where I met Randy, actually. He lived in the warehouse. And then they kind of asked about, Chris asked him about Chris Holmes, where Chris comes from and stuff like that, because Chris had been in a couple local bands, Slave and Buster Savage. And Holmes says, yeah, that's right. I was in the clubs playing with bands since '78. I grew up in Pasadena. I've known Van Halen since before they were Van Halen. I learned a lot about guitar sound from Eddie. Any band without a good guitar sound isn't going anywhere. So Eddie was a big influence on me. As for W.A.S.P, by '82, punk had come and gone. So we were a new thing. Bands were getting label deals. We were the last to get a deal, I think. But anyways, I was the last part of the puzzle to get the thing going. Blackie gave me a tape with the word W.A.S.P written on it. I was like, isn't this a bug? He laughs. Richard says Blackie got into it with Randy. Randy left, and I was the guy who had to get Randy back. Chris came in either at the same time or shortly after Randy came back. I'm pretty sure that's when Blackie switched to bass. We didn't need 3 guitar players. And Blackie says he was with us from the beginning. It was June of '82. He had a job offer in Vegas, and I was getting ready to move there. I was writing these songs, and I thought, I'm going to contact Chris to see what he thinks. When I contacted him, it was a week away before he was going to move. I let him hear a few songs. From there, we decided to make a run of it. The rest,
Is Waspery.
is Waspery. Yeah. Well, let me see here. There was something else I was going to read from this. I'm looking at my notes. Sometimes my notes don't make sense. It says final question on page 48. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? All right. So I guess they ask here. So yeah. So they kind of talk about how important was image in the early days. W.A.S.P had elaborate self-made costumes, all that sort of stuff. So here's where Blackie talks a bit about that. And he says the whole germination came from Road Warrior. Nobody ever picked up on that. We were astonished. We never got busted. We were waiting for people to ask us questions about it. We waited and waited. Now, 12,000 interviews later, I'm telling people it was Road Warrior. The only time it comes up is when I volunteer it. We felt we had gone into the candy store and loaded our pockets, he laughs. Remember, one of the guys who worked for us had a metal shop. It was his dad's. But anyways, we built all our props there. Also, not many bands at the time were wearing huge nails coming out of their shoulders and stuff like that. Look at the saw blade thing. It was totally unique. But it all started when his dad had to change a saw blade. There was a 12-inch saw blade on the windowsill. When I saw that light bulb, a light bulb went off in my head. I just started laughing. He said, "What's so funny?" I explained it. And soon enough, we had a cardboard template made. When I was ready to go on stage with it, I remember thinking, how are they going to react? When it's new territory, Blaze, there's either a fine line between success and failure. Either it's the greatest idea ever or I'll get laughed off the stage. There's no gray area with stuff like that. It caught on immediately with all the props and everything. When we came out, we looked like $1 million. We looked like we had a huge money behind us, but we were broke. We were less than broke. So,
That's what I mean. That's that hunger is what makes this stuff happen. Like, if you guys have, the band starts with like, here's your $10 million, do whatever you want. You're like, I don't know. But if you're hungry, you come up with really interesting choices.
I think what's cool is like the Road Warrior aesthetic. The only bands I can think of that were doing something kind of like that in this era, and it wasn't necessarily Road Warrior aesthetic, but I think of like, what Manowar was doing in the early years, like the Conan and the Barbarian shit, and honestly, like that's probably what got Manowar's name out there a lot more. They're kind of
their music was not that exciting compared to what they look like.
Yeah, I mean, I love those first 4 records especially, but there's kind of a barbaric, it like the music fit with the barbaric kind of image in a lot of ways. It's sort of like W.A.S.P with their image. The music matched that a little bit, the debauchery, the bacchanal kind of like aspect of it all.
Yeah.
Randy Piper says we didn't have any money when we started, so everybody was doing everything they could to step up their game. We didn't have a plan of what to wear, but it's not like what we were wearing came from Ross. I think that's probably the guy that had the metal shop. He says a lot of our stage gear was from a hardware store. The microphone stands with the chains were custom built. Part of the microphone stands were formerly somebody's fence. Okay. One morning, new microphone stands appeared suddenly, all chromed up. The road crew were always trying to build new things. And then Holmes says it was totally important. Blackie had come from New York, so he had this attitude. Actually came out to California with Arthur Kane. In Sister, it was more glam, and I never really liked wearing glam clothes. I was more into leather and studs. After Sister split, we weren't looking for an image. Then the Road Warrior had just come out. We were like, that's it. That's what we want to look like. So a lot of our clothes were directly inspired by the Road Warrior movie. We had a chick on a torture rack, remember? Well, that was taken from the front of Humongous's car. People were strapped to the cars. I hate to say it, but we stole everything from the movie. Whole ideas. We wanted to look like savages, like the old Grand Funk Railroad survival cover, only meaner. There you go. Yeah, and then Richard just adds on, image was everything back then. So we didn't look like anyone else. I wanted to look cool and tough. So
I think somebody needs to do a cultural documentary on how like deeply penetrating the Road Warrior like affected Western culture. It's unbelievable how many different ways it hit.
And you look at like the genius, and I teach, Fury Road in my film class. It's like the movie I open with, just to teach aesthetic and storytelling and all these things. And like, I mean, it's so singular even today. If Fury Road and Road Warrior, and even like half of Thunderdome, like just like what they've done in terms of like archetypical like kind of apocalyptic imagery, I bet it influenced like the way Terminator looked. And there's other bands like oh shit, what's the band? Plasmatics. They were doing kind of apocalyptic Road Warrior kind of imagery, but like it's so singular, and people who have tried to copy it can't do it. And that's why I think like Road Warrior and Fury Road are like,
well, there's a bunch of early 80s like shit schlock knockoffs of it that never came close. Like the posters look pretty cool. But when you see any of the movies, they're like, whoa.
Class of Nukem High, things like that, right?
And even like, into like, G.I. Joe, and like I would say some of the X-Men characters that are, there's just the way that hit was like this. It was like punk and post-apocalyptic, rolled into one thing. And for being, the world felt a lot smaller back then too, but like this exciting, oh my God, this is from Australia. What the fuck's from Australia outside of AC/DC? And they're not even from there.
Yeah. Well, Brian Johnson isn't.
Johnson, yeah.
But like,
well, the brothers are from the UK as well.
Were they? Oh,
yeah, they moved down there as kids.
Gotcha. So it's like a Nick Cave situation.
Yeah,
because Nick Cave, I think Nick Cave is either Aussie but grew up in England, or moved to England. I can't remember, or vice versa. But no, like you speak of like the X-Men, like the Marauders were like these post-apocalyptic kind of cyborgs and different people sort of put together, but they were from Australia. So it's like it's a little a nod in a sense.
Yeah, that's what the Dreadnoks from G.I. Joe. too.
Yeah.
This biker gang, you know.
Yep. Yeah. So, no, I mean, it's cool, and I mean, I love those movies. They're two of the greatest action movies ever. You know, Fury Road and Road Warrior. But just the aesthetic is so fucking singular, and like you just kind of like accept it. That's one of the things that's really cool about those movies. Like it's like Lord of the Rings. When you like watch Lord of the Rings, you like this is just how things are gonna look. Like, don't question hobbits. Just fucking
Yeah.
don't question what George Miller is showing you visually. This is just what they're doing, and like this is the world and what it is, and you just gotta quickly get on board. And if you like can throw yourself into that and not like overthink why are they doing this or that or why does that look that way,
It's the
it's
show
really
don't tell thing, man. Like with a lot of
yeah.
new movies, like there's really interesting visuals to stuff, but it's all over explained. And this was, you know, back then you just like you were thrown in, and there's this like vermicelli. Jesus, I can never fucking
Verisimilitude.
verisimilitude.
Yeah.
This you can believe the whole thing. So when you see this world, you're just like, oh my God, how does this work? And you just make up stuff in your head. And when it's all explained, it completely just ruins all of that.
Well, and I
So I
think
think
if
that
you
really helped with that first the first couple movies.
yeah, well, and also like you know like with not so much Road Warrior, I suppose, but like with Fury Road, like he kind of had the idea. He's like, I want to make this like a silent movie. I
Yeah.
want, you know, like fucking Mad Max says nothing in the movie. Furiosa is the same thing. Like I
Hmm.
love Furious. I watched it again. It's even better the second time, but like it's visual storytelling, you know, and
That's what
it's all about an
film when it
aesthetic, you
yeah
know.
when it does when it does that with like what it is really supposed to do is the you know show don't tell you know it's like physical comedy physical action like is undeniable, and then when you have to explain everything even if with these fantastical situations it just kind of kills the whole vibe of
Yeah.
everything.
Yep. Yep. So so then later on in the Decibel Hall of Fame piece, Chris asked about what the first kind of few shows were like. And Blackie says, when we played live, that's when we hooked people. That's when people got it. I remember the first time we toured with Black Sabbath. We expected their crowd to be very similar to ours. What we didn't understand was that that crowd at that point was in their 40s. They were a bunch of old hippies. When we came out, the crowd looked at us like we were Gilderob, the 10-headed monster. They didn't understand us from Adam. It was a bizarre experience. We worked our way up the ladder in LA pretty quickly. We were used to immediate success. We would eventually get the audience to respond by the end of the night. We would play half of our set before people started to get it. We weren't used to that. We were used to immediate response. We had to work hard to preach to the unconverted at that point. We were expecting a totally different audience, but it was like Haight Ashbury 68 all over again. It freaked us out. He laughs. Remember, we started out with 63 people watching us at our first show. Our audience tripled every time we played. We went from 63 people to 3,000 people in 11 months, playing to the Santa Monica Civic Center or Civic Arena, all without a manager or a label. That's when strange things started happening. Suddenly, everyone was knocking at our door. Capitol was one of them. And Richard says it was tops. We were unstoppable. Every show was crazier than the next. Those early shows will never be repeated. They weren't W.A.S.P when I was out of the band. I'll doubt anyone will see anything like that again. Piper says our first tour was with Metallica and Armored Saint. It all went so fast. We were working as hard as we could. What really struck me was the first Kiss tour. I was such a huge fan. It was a major U.S. tour, so opening for Kiss was huge in my book. What followed was Iron Maiden. Here's a W.A.S.P touring with two of my favorite bands in the world. That was phenomenal. And then Holmes says, let's put it this way. After the record came out, we had some money. So instead of building smoke machines, we were buying them. The roadies would also get paid. After a while, hang on, let me switch pages. Touring was like uh, being a gear in a big machine that's going down the road. You'd work all day and barely have enough time to put on clothes for the show. All the press. There wasn't too much time to relax. If you're colorful, you work twice as hard. So we went from clubs in LA to theaters in Europe, and it just exploded after that. The tours just kept getting crazier and bigger and crazier and crazier. So yeah, kind of interesting.
We'll see how the 2024 stacks up
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the almost 70-year-old Blackie Lawless.
So Mark, would you like to know how crazy the tours were? because I have some firsthand knowledge of how crazy stuff got here,
Yes.
that I want to share with you. And I don't. Mark has not seen this book before. Nothing but a good time. So this continues that oral history, and it starts with Brian Slagle from Metal Blade. He says the first time W.A.S.P ever played at the Troubadour, it was insane. The place was packed. They went up and they were unbelievable. They had this huge show. They had fire. They had girls tied to this gigantic cross. At that point, nobody. Motley was doing some theatrical stuff, but nobody had done anything like this. It was crazy. The music was really heavy and it was really amazing. We couldn't believe this band had come out of nowhere and had this massive production. Catherine Turman, journalist and co-author of Louder Than Hell, says, I saw W.A.S.P at the Troubadour, and I was standing right up front. As a 16-year-old girl who was somewhat sheltered, I was just like shocked. I mean, I thought it was awesome as well. Tracy Gunn says, I thought Motley were the greatest thing in the world until I saw W.A.S.P. When I saw W.A.S.P, I was like, now this is how you fucking do it.
That's
And
how
then
I
Mike,
feel.
yeah, totally. Motley Crue's like the warm up for W.A.S.P.
I feel
in
like,
a
yeah, like
sense.
W.A.S.P is the Motley Crue we deserved as heavy metal fans.
There it is. Yep. And then Mike Varney, who was the owner of Shrapnel Records and would record their first record, he says, nobody ever came up in the clubs and did stuff like that. This was like a major arena show being done for, 400 people or something. That's why the lore of W.A.S.P grew so fast. And Gina Zamparelli, who was one of the promoters in LA, she says, it sounds funny to say now, but you felt like you didn't know if you would live or die. It's like you were going on into something treacherous. Meat would be flying everywhere. The stage would be on fire. You didn't know what was going to happen. Jamie St. James, who's the singer of Black and Blue, says, I was at one of the early shows at the Troubadour. They had the W.A.S.P sign behind them, and when they lit the thing on fire, I was sitting up in the balcony. I could feel the heat roll across the ceiling and right down on me. Kevin Estrada, a photographer, says, I remember the skin on my face was just boiling. It felt like it was going to peel off because the place was so damn hot. And Chris Holmes goes, that was kind of my idea to play by firelight. We just took the regulators off of a barbecue grill, made a pipe around the sign, and hooked it up to a propane tank. Oh, shit. Al Bain, who was Al Bain
It's like
again?
Niflheim doing their own fucking fireworks for their
Oh, no
shows.
shit. Yeah. Who the fuck is Al Bain? I didn't write down who he was. Anyways, Al Bain says, imagine a 6 foot by 3 foot frame, like a picture frame. We drilled holes in the plywood. In fact, I think Al Bain's one of the guys who helped him in the metal shop make all this stuff.
Okay.
We drilled holes in the plywood and fashioned up a big rectangle that the gas would go through. I built it at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory because I was working in the plumbing shop at that time. I stole the pipe from Jet Propulsion Laboratory, drilled it, bolted it together, and took it home. We put that thing in the Troubadour and fucking burned the ceiling, dude. Damn it. Chris Holmes goes, there's butane and propane, two kinds of fuel, and one's heavier and one's lighter. So one goes up and one goes down, right? I don't know which one does which, but all I know is if you've got to get the right mixture so it doesn't go up into the ceiling. But one time it caught some of the cables on fire and then it went up to the monitors. Holy shit. All of a sudden the room's at 110 degrees, 20 linear feet of exposed flame. Whoosh. And Chris Holmes goes, but we always had fire extinguishers there. We're not idiots. Oh, shit. Al Bain goes, with W.A.S.P, they had a friend named Kurt who came from a wealthy family. His dad was like a heart surgeon. So he had this bitchin' 6-car garage in La Canada and all the tools you could ever want. Me and Chris and Blackie would go hang over there and work on stuff. We would started making the fire sign and the torture rack and the raw meat box, all this stuff. Blackie says the whole germination came from the Road Warrior. There we go. Nobody ever picked up on that. We were astonished. We never got busted. Chris Holmes says, I didn't like the little glittery glam clothes. I was not going to wear that crap. I was going to wear leather Road Warrior type stuff. Al Bain says, we literally went into Kurt's garage and grabbed his mom's garden tools and made things like spike bracelets out of these little 3-claw planter tools. Chris, so what is that? A 3-claw planter tool? Oh, I got it. It's like the little like hand tool that you dig in the garden. Is that what they're fucking making?
Yeah, it looks like it's got a wooden handle on 3 little points.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I used to remember what the actual term for that is. Oh Jesus! It's just there to rough up the soil.
Sure. So would you say? Well, he says Chris put it on his arm, and there's an armband from hell. Okay, that works. Let's keep going. What's next? Is this like how close is this to like what Kerry King was kind of doing with like some of his stuff that he was wearing? Would you say like Wasp is in the same, or it was Slayer in the same category, or Slayer doing something else kind of different in your estimation?
I think Slayer's was more DIY, less like because Wasp obviously had guys that knew how to do like some industrial metal work. I
Yeah,
think Carrie's stuff was more like, can I punch stuff through a piece of leather?
yeah,
You
that's
know, I'm
true.
going to get a
Yep,
box of nails from my dad's garage and put it through these belts and, you know, like that's the kind of stuff I did as well. And, you know, when I was teenagers for, photo shoot stuff for the magazine, is
yeah,
that
that's
I'd
true.
go to the thrift store and get some cheap leather belts or pleather belts and then stick really long nails through them and, you know, but I
I'm
think
trying to
Wasp
think like,
stuff was like a little above. That was
yeah,
like to be able to know how to make like to hook up a propane tank to a bunch of pipe and stuff like that's beyond just
sure.
teenage stuff.
Well, because like Bathory, he had like the club, right, with the spikes on it and shit like that, or the nails coming off of it.
Yeah,
Which, you know, you mentioned Immortal before, but like a lot of black metal bands are
well,
not just
Venom
borrowing from,
too.
yeah, Venom. Oh, that's true. Venom had explosions and some of that shit too. So
And then the
I guess if
spikes
you,
and swords and
yeah, I was trying to think of like, did Wasp influence any of the theatrics of sort of that like running around in leather and fucking weapons and shit that a lot of early black metal had? Or it's probably more Venom and Bathory, I
yeah. I mean, I
imagine.
think it was like the logical extension of it because also like Gene standing around looking as wicked as those guys did,
True,
holding a huge
Kiss is doing
axe
that
that's a
stuff too.
base and yeah,
Yep. Blowing fire and
hmm
spitting blood and stuff. So,
yeah,
and Cooper, obviously, what Cooper
yes,
does on
absolutely.
stage, you know. But Chris Holmes goes on. He says, I remember one time I found these really big shark hooks in the garage, and I thought, man, these would be cool on stage. So I had this shark tooth on my arm, and this chick reached up from the audience and grabbed me, and it hooked her. She couldn't get her hand off of it. I remember one of the roadies came up and pulled her off, and it ripped a big hunk of meat out of her hand. Oh, fuck. God. That's a story. Blackie goes, not many bands at the time were wearing huge nails coming out of their shoulders and stuff like that. Look at the saw blade thing. It's totally unique. Jamie St. James from Black and Blue says Blackie would wear like real thin women's nylons with some kind of codpiece thing with a saw blade crotch. I remember it was fucking pretty insane because his balls were hanging out the sides of his fucking thing.
It's probably just like a cup that you use in sports, you know?
In fact, Mark, here you go.
Yeah.
Blackie's first is Al Bain. He says Blackie's first codpiece was actually a 12 or 18-inch blade from a table saw. Then we said, okay, we got to mount this thing. So we welded washers onto the side of it and cut the profile to fit the cup from a jock strap.
There you
It
go.
was, yep, it would go underneath his legs and come out and then be riveted. And then we riveted it onto the cup. So all this stuff, the raw meat box, the fire sign, the torture rack, we were just making ourselves. Blackie said, with all the props and everything, when we came out, we looked like $1 million. We looked like we had huge money behind us, but we were broke, less than broke. Chris Holmes says the idea for the torture rack came from Road Warrior. Remember the guys tied to the front of Humongous's car with the hoods on their head? That's exactly where it came from. Now we meet Laura Reinjohn, who was an LA scenester. She says, one night I was out at a club with a friend, and my friend said, oh, there's that guy that everybody's talking about. His name is Blackie Lawless. And I turn around, and this real tall, kind of weird looking dude comes walking over. I
Kind
want
of
to
weird
kind of
looking.
oh yeah,
Totally
yeah,
weird
kind of
looking, dude.
totally weird looking. I want to kind of burst out in laughter because it was a weird scene. He said they were doing a show, and would I be interested in being part of it? I was going to school for journalism, and I was still living with my parents at the time. Anyways, they had a girl they were working with at the time. Her name was Pam, and she was doing this thing where they put her up on a cross. It was kind of like a pre-Manson show, real schlocky, a lot of blood, a lot of gore, inappropriate lyrics. One thing led to another, and I became that girl on the cross. Chris Webber, the not the University of Michigan basketball player, but the guitarist for Hollywood Rose, that would eventually become half of Guns N' Roses. He said, Laura, they used to tie her up and throw meat at her, raw meat. Chris Holmes says, we had an abundance of women that wanted to do it. They were excited to be on stage naked, you know. Laura says, I was topless and I had this custom made leather thing that covered the bottom half of me. It was very misogynistic. Blackie would pretend to slit my throat, and we had this contraption that was rigged up so that I blew through a tube that had these blood packets. I'd chew on the blood packets, and then the blood would run down my throat. And Chris says, have you ever smoked pot or dope, whatever? He says, okay, if you take a water pipe and blow in the bowl, water comes out the mouthpiece, right? Same concept. People like that kind of shit. It's male dominating machoism or whatever. Plus, the audience sees a naked chick with tits. So it's like, Chris just cuts through the bullshit. He's like, the reason why people like this is there's tits. Yeah, tits. That's it. Yeah. So we nailed it, Mark. That's the secret to all of this. Blackie goes, to understand us in the beginning, it may sound kind of silly to but I thought what we were doing was social comment. I never cared about the shock rock for the sake of shock rock. I thought it was boring, to be honest. Laura says it was so bizarre and so like, what the fuck? And the music was really, really bad. There was no message. It was just to be as over the top as possible. It was not a very glamorous gig by any means. And Al Bain says the whole era, the bands that were succeeding were the bands that were pushing the limits on anything they could do. And it was because you had to draw a crowd. And at that point, there were lots of crowds, right? But you had to draw them in. You had to have a reason to go. And now you've got this crazy fucking band that is wearing assless chaps, and the fucking guy spits blood, and he's torturing a chick, and there's pyro and fire and smoke. They're turning into this spectacle. And people had to go check it out. That's the thing that people don't do now. Nobody does anything. People are lazy. Yeah, I guess.
I agree.
Well, you can see like the most fucked up shit on the internet all day long. So I feel like people are kind of desensitized, like.
True. That, I mean, like the woods porn phenomenon, all that stuff. Like a lot of the reason we watched horror movies was, like, well, this one had boobs in it. This one's probably going to have boobs in it too. And we get to see really cool, practical effects, which, at the time, like Fangoria magazine was showing us how that was done and just all this culmination. But boobs is always definitely a good thing. So like, imagine if somebody's like, you would not believe what I just fucking saw last night on this show. You've got to go see
boobs,
this band. It's
blood,
fucking incredible.
Fire. Yeah, it's like
my skin almost melted from the fire.
Yeah, it's the raw Freudian like desires, unleashed.
Yeah,
with
like
no
what young person doesn't want to see stuff like that? They're just kind of like, holy crap! This is what's out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob Mandenian, who is a journalist, says it was crazy, man. It was almost like the Wild West, just anything goes. It was before record companies and MTV got a hold of all this stuff, and it was all underground and word of mouth. People just heard about this shit. Brian Slagle says it was a total DIY effort in the beginning, very before the labels got into it. And it was a great scene back then, very independent minded. I think the later versions of a lot of that stuff, the bands wanted to do it because they saw Motley and Rat become rock stars, and they wanted to become rock stars. But for the early guys, it was all about the music and the shows. Nobody there was thinking, I'm going to do this and be rich and be a rock star. They were trying to do a show and make it something other than just guys in jeans and t-shirts. And Motley and W.A.S.P, they were doing production. It was above what everybody else was doing on a theatrical level. Alan Niven says the record companies wanted Duran Duran. They wanted new wave. Nobody took rock and roll seriously. They thought it was passé. So if you wanted to get further, you had to be self-determining. You had to have some imagination. You had to have a little bit of wheel and deal, because that was the only way that they were going to start building your following. And Gina says, I remember Blackie saying to me one night, I have to go because I have to go get some meat. And I was like, this is a weird world I live in. Chris Holmes says, my mom came to a show once. We played with Warrior, right? They played after us. And my mom sat there and she goes, Chris, these guys sound 100 times better than you guys, which they did. But I go, Mom, there's this one thing they don't get, the energy. We got the energy, raw, W.A.S.P. It was raw. Slagle says they were really one of the first bands to really create a big buzz in the LA scene, where all of a sudden record company people were paying attention to them. We were all like, wow, that happened really fast. Kevin Estrada says, I remember walking out of the Troubadour just like amazed. I went to school the next day. I think I was in 10th grade at the time. And I was telling my friends, W.A.S.P. were awesome. They were incredible. They're everything you heard about. But then I said, I don't think they're ever going to get out of LA. They're just too crazy, too extreme. But you know what? 2-3 years later, they were playing arenas around the country. And Mike Varney says, I made Blackie an offer to do the band's first record on my label Shrapnel. And Blackie said to me, I'm going to wait. I believe I can get a major label deal. Then he goes, one day I'm going to walk up to the Capitol Records building, my feet on the cement, look in the 12-story window in the A&R department, and I'm going to say, I'm Blackie Lawless. My time has come. Like he was King Kong or something, which I thought was really funny because he ended up being on Capitol Records. So yeah, so pretty interesting. Like I said, this book is infinitely readable. It's just stories after stories after stories. It's very similar to the Everybody Loves Our Town, the oral history of grunge, where you're just, whether you like all the bands doesn't matter. You're just kind of compelled by like the human drama of the oral history retelling, or like the Please Kill Me punk book. It's very similar, you know.
Yeah, there's a Detroit book as well. That's the fuck is it called? I've got it somewhere.
I know what
It's
you're talking
called
about.
Detroit Rock City.
Yeah. Yep. That's really good too. I wanted to add on two little quick, they're very, very short asides, but they're from Ian Christie, friend of the podcast, and owner of
Bazillion Points.
Bazillion Points. Yes. Great, speaking of great books and things like that. But it's from The Sound of the Beast, the complete headbanging history of heavy metal. And there's just two very like short little things on here. One is where he's talking about Motley Crue a little bit, and he says the very punk Motley Crue in particular kickstarted the scene with a wild occult-inspired stage show as band leader and bassist Nikki Sixx borrowed liberal amounts of blood, smoke, and fire from earlier shock rockers Alice Cooper and Kiss. As Sixx later admitted, he also inherited trappings from Sister, an early band led by Stephen Duran, aka Blackie Lawless. Here's what Sixx says, or no, Lawless says. He says, our logo was a pentagram, and I used to set myself on fire. When I decided that I wasn't going to do these things anymore, Nikki Sixx came to me and he asked, would I mind if he did those things? And I said, nope, they're all yours. But I cautioned him about both. And so, yeah, he says the primal version of Motley Crue had the monstrosity of Kiss, the dead end energy of Plasmatics, and the umlauts of Motorhead. The band gave English bands a run for their money, and local metalheads rallied in support. Oh, this is just about Motley Crue. So, but kind of interesting that a lot of the theatrics that put Motley Crue on the map were really just stolen from Blackie and W.A.S.P. and what Blackie came up with Sister. So
yeah.
And then this is a little bit about their very first tour after this record comes out, since we're kind of telling the story of these crazy theatrics and stuff like that. Hang on. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. Okay. And he says, this is in the chapter where they're talking about Metallica's kind of rise to fame. And it says, let's see. Oh, okay. Pyrotechnic accidents were not uncommon in heavy metal. 7 years earlier, Kronos, a black metal godfather's Venom, had been nearly roasted to a crisp during one of the band's bombastic shows. Neither was W.A.S.P. Blackie Lawless a stranger to flame. He says, you get in the wrong place at the wrong time, he says, and you'll get your ass blown off, as James Hetfield found out. So they're talking about the Metallica incident. And he says, one time my exploding codpiece got away from us and lifted me 3 feet off the ground. It burned all the hair off my legs and cracked the 1/4-inch fiberglass codpiece so it would flex like an accordion. I don't know any of the pyro guys working in Hollywood that have all their fingers or don't have half their face blown off. So kind of a funny malfunctioning codpiece story I thought I'd share. So yeah, now we're really in the heart of this debut record. So now we know all of the stage show stuff, the dress, all these things that make W.A.S.P. extra. But now we're kind of at what makes this record great, because as Blackie said, like, people can't hear the image. The music's got to hold up for this to work, right? So
yeah, that's just like what Kiss said as well. Like if it's just the image and the music didn't stand up at all, and they're definitely more of a poppy thing, but yeah, I think for Kiss or for W.A.S.P. it just pushed the music even further, that image.
Yeah. Yep. So I think like that's what I want to kind of talk about is this debut record, and I want to start with the liner notes to the reissue of the debut, and this is from Dom Lawson, who is from Metal Hammer, and he wrote the liner notes, I believe, in all these W.A.S.P. records. And so this is 2002, so with a little historical context. He says, it's seldom acknowledged fact that that angry motherfuckers make the best rock and roll. They don't come much more pissed off than the ludicrously tall and undeniably terrifying figure of Blackie Lawless, frontman with W.A.S.P, which may explain why his band's debut album remained such a thrilling and brutal slice of prime metallic genius. W.A.S.P were the only ones who had the guts, the power, and the charisma to make records that would stand the test of time. Of course, everyone knows about Motley Crue, not least because of their celebrity and sordid exploits, and plenty of people bought records by Poison, Tiger Tails, and any number of enormo-haired freaks with ridiculous tight trousers and extravagant stage shows. But if you wanted the real deal, a band who would effortlessly scare the merry shit out of your mom, then there was only one choice. Rock and roll should make you want to fuck, stated Lawless back in the early 80s. I mean, that could be the name of the episode, right? Rock and roll should make you want to fuck. Okay, there we go. That's like the thesis statement there. Let's see, I lost my place. And he had a point. The music we love is supposed to be dirty, sexy, and offensive to those tragic, shriveled souls who seek to sanitize it and water it down. And in Blackie Lawless, the whining voice of the moral majority had met their match. In 1983, no one stirred the shit up like W.A.S.P. Something that is often overlooked is exactly how influential W.A.S.P music has been. Just check out Swedish retro thrashers Witchery's version of I Want to Be Somebody on their Witchburner mini album, or Finnish power death mob Children of Bodom's incendiary take of Hellion, found in the limited edition version of their Follow the Reaper album. Away from the controversy, the exploding cod pieces, and the unabashed, politically incorrect imagery, W.A.S.P had one thing that the rest of the glam metal bands simply didn't: great fucking songs. And that is precisely why the first W.A.S.P album has stood the test of time and deserves to be revered in the same way that more earnest and critically approved rock albums have been. Plus, W.A.S.P were a heavy fucking metal band, not just some simpering record company goons idea of what sleazy rock and roll should sound like. Nearly 20 years on from its initial release, W.A.S.P still sounds fantastic, an overwhelming surge of cheap amphetamines delivered straight into the listener's jugular vein, brimming with snot-flecked attitude and hard-dicked arrogance, with balls of granite and spine of steel.
Hard dick arrogance. I like that.
Hard dick arrogance is good, yeah. So I keep losing the print's so fucking tiny. And I don't know if you know this, Mark, but as we get older, reading this fucking little tiny print in CDs is getting like tougher and tougher. So
oh yeah, I'm what I got 4 years on you, 5 years on you.
Yeah, I might need readers in the next like 2 or 3 years. So
I'm monovision, so I have one eye that's for reading and one eye for distance now.
Oh, do you? Okay.
So it works out with contacts, but with contacts out, I can read anything really tiny. But
same, yep, that's the same with me. I also have like astigmatism a little bit too, so that doesn't help.
I have in my left eye.
He says a point in time when the religious right in America were beginning to flex their muscles, interfering with people's freedoms with one eye on the cash register and the other on the Bible. W.A.S.P stuck one rigid middle digit up at every small-minded fuckwit and laughed long and hard. W.A.S.P. W.A.S.P reflects that laudable attitude about albeit amplified tenfold and nailed to the splintered, phallic mast of incendiary rock and roll. Oh yes, this is a full-on fucked up and fiery classic. The glam metal scene of the 1980s was typified by a shallow and one-dimensional musical approach that rendered the majority of bands' efforts somewhat redundant in the eyes of self-respecting metal fans. You will not, for instance, find many Norwegian black metal bands citing Poison or Slave Raider as important influences, but W.A.S.P earned a lot of respect for their music, something which still exists to this day. In particular, the thundering undercurrent of barely suppressed evil, which bubbles amid these rampant, ball-twitching anthems, has been inwardly digested by so many of today's most stringently malicious and gleefully extreme bands that it's a wonder that W.A.S.P status isn't a great deal higher than it appears to be. Even so, and despite the many changes that have occurred in rock since the band's glory days, there are a few discerning metal fans who won't appreciate what a seminal and groundbreaking band W.A.S.P were, and what a remarkable album this is. So let's listen to these migraine-inducing fists aloft anthems once again. Fancy a bout of enthusiastic sadomasochism? On Your Knees is the perfect soundtrack. Feeling a bit cocky? It's time to shout, I want to be somebody from the rooftops. Consider yourself to be one foul-mouthed, shit-kicking son of a bitch? Tormentor may well be your theme song. W.A.S.P provides a tune for every occasion, particularly if you choose to live in glorious, blood-splattered Technicolor. From Little Richard to Screamin' Jay Hawkins, from Alice Cooper to the New York Dolls, who once featured a certain Mr. Lawless in their ranks, from the Sex Pistols to Guns N' Roses, before Axl disappeared up his chuffer, obviously. Yeah, it's true. Early Guns N' Roses. The best rock and roll has "fuck you" written all over it. This is our music, and whether you're swilling beers with the stereo blasting or clock watching at your shitty job, waiting for the moment when you can stop kissing arse and actually be yourself, this demented, ear-splitting racket is the most important thing there is. It unites us, it excites us, it gets us right on the it gets right on the saggy tits of the unimaginative and humorless. And if I sound a little hysterical, it's probably because I'm listening to W.A.S.P as I write this. Point proven, I think. Like I said, angry motherfuckers make the best rock and roll, and it doesn't get better than this.
Ball
Good
twitching
job, Don
energy.
Lawson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
man. I think he knows kind of what's sort of going on there. But yeah, it's sorry, I lost my place for a second. I mean, I think when you compare this record to other big releases of 84, the two that stand out to me, there's really three, I guess, that like I think of from this scene. It's Shout at the Devil, it's Tooth and Nail from Dokken, and it's Out of the Cellar from Rat. And I think those all four of those records have merits, in their own right. I won't
Mhm.
slag any of them. They're different flavors for different crowds and stuff, but like it's it's the one that it's the fiercest of those four by all means. I mean, Tooth and Nail has a couple of moments, but it also has Alone Again, and it's got
Yeah.
its melodic moments.
Well,
I don't know, how do
this
you
is more of an antecedent to the whole extreme metal thing than any of those other bands.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how do you put this in context for 84? I mean, Ride the Lightning comes out in 84, I suppose, the Haunting the Chapel EP. So, I
Hmm.
mean, American metal is definitely starting to swirl a bit, but
First Battery record.
yeah, certainly stuff happening in Europe is pretty interesting. You've got, I think Destruction came out with their first, isn't Sentence to Death 84? Maybe it's 85.
I
I
think
can't
it's
remember.
85. I'd have to
Okay.
look though.
Yeah. So I mean, it's bubbling for sure, Um, but yeah, I wanted to share. This is what Blackie has to say about the record, and this is him reflecting on it. He says, have you ever felt that you were so angry that you would kill the next person that walked into the room? You wake up in the morning with a heaving in your chest like a tiger pacing back and forth in a cage. Everything fits, but nothing fits at the same time. Then finally you get the break you've been looking for, and most of the world greets you like you just killed their dog. Welcome to my world. God damn. He says 1982 to 1985, to quote the ever eloquent Chris Holmes, quote, what's the big fucking deal? Well, that big deal was us. The funny part, though, was that we didn't even know it. Years of anger and frustration piled up, and the music was almost a sidebar or a footnote to the real reasons for our very existence. Walk by a dog and kick him every time you go by, and I guarantee you eventually he will bite you on the ass. All this was W.A.S.P. This album was only the foul breath that came from the mouths of four very volatile young men, but it was natural for us. The world was shocked. It's true. But more than that, we scared people to death, and a lot of them, some very powerful, were absolutely terrified. They, the PMRC, made our careers and our lives, for that matter, a little rough to say the least. It really helps, though, when you really don't give a shit about what anybody thinks except yourself. Hence the quote, what's the big fucking deal about all about? You really have to realize that, number one, we didn't know because what we did was perfectly natural and normal for us. And second, call it naive if you like, but we really did not give a fuck about anything, whether it was being commercially acceptable in the business world, record companies, radio, etc., or being politically correct. W.A.S.P were four pissed off accidents looking for a place to happen. This was and still is our spirit, our soul, our charm. It's the very thing that has endeared us to you all, and at the same time made others afraid. they and you both have one thing in common. You both realize W.A.S.P are a dangerous band. And finally, of historical significance, this album is now the way it was originally intended to be, with Animal not only on the record, but the actual first song. You have no idea how it killed me to not have Animal included on this record. Capital/EMI refused to allow it on because that song was just as much a part of our musical beginnings as Love Machine and I Want to Be Somebody. For me, the album was never complete, and those of you who know me know that things like this torture me forever. I find it odd that a label that would sign W.A.S.P in the first place would be embarrassed by a song like that. To me, you can't have one without the other. You can't get just a little pregnant. It's funny. I like that. It's a good, yeah, you can get half pregnant, you know.
Yeah.
So now I'm finally happy with this record, and as I write these liner notes, my head's filled up with the events of the last 15 years. Today I started going through our archives, both recording and photos. Wow, what a wild ride this has been. Looking at all the pictures, old videos, and tons of fan mail. Yes, we even save all that. Reminds me of how truly lucky we've been. Few artists have had the love and support all of you have given. I am moved and humbled at the same time. I really love writing these liner notes on the records. I've done this since Headless because it gives me a chance to talk to everybody individually and let you know what I've been doing and what I'm thinking. It's like writing a letter to friends and people you love. So all the best. Enjoy. Blackie Lawless. So yeah, that's a lot to kind of unpack as we sort of go through this. So two things, Mark, before we get into the music that I think are just kind of the last two pieces to form this little puzzle. And they kind of go back to what Chris was sort of interviewing and sort of talking about is how they sort of got to work with Mike Varney. And then
from the Ernest movies.
And then, yes, Jim Varney, good old Jim Varney. Let's see, I got to find the spot where they work with Varney, page 48. So let me see here. All right, so both working with Varney and then the album cover, which you've already alluded to a little bit of some of the imagery, but this is kind of from the words of these guys. So Lawless says, I knew Mike already. Mike used to have a band called The Nuns back in the 70s. It was his punk band. One thing led to another, and he's suddenly producing our record. I have great respect for Mike. At first, the label wanted their hands in everything, but in our contract, we had something that at the time was very rare, a final say. Looking back on it and knowing what other bands went through, the label left us alone more or less for the first two records. I think they realized they had no idea how we were going, how we were doing what we were doing, so they stayed out of our hair. Kind of reminds me, Mark, of if you ever hear the stories of like the recording of the first Velvet Underground and Nico record in '67.
Yeah,
you know, Lou Reed kind of talks about it in some documentaries. He says like, whoever the original producer was, because it was Warhol a little bit, but he was more of a Rick Rubin. He just kind of was like hanging out. So they really did their own like production on the first Velvet Underground, because they said on the first day they went into the studio and they're like fucking playing it. And the producer just like looked at him as like, what the fuck is this shit? I don't know what to do with it. And Warhol basically was like, well, if you don't like it, you can leave. And so like the guy from the record company just walked out on the first day and was like, I don't even know what you're doing. And it like kind of liberated Velvet Underground to like do whatever the fuck they wanted. You know, it kind of was like a happy accident in the all the best ways. So I feel like that's kind of what he's alluding to. But he says, I remember Sammy Hagar asked me, how's the label? Are they in your face? I was like, no, not really. The label was all over Sammy in the studio, bugging him to death. Labels had big influence back then, make no mistake. What I didn't realize, and I'll give a lot of credit for this, is that Rod Smallwood was running interference for us for years. As with Iron Maiden, he kept the label at arm's length. We thought they were leaving us alone because we were nice guys, he laughs. Here's Rod playing daddy with a big club. So kudos to Rod.
Yeah, that's the role of a good manager.
Exactly. Yeah, keep the fucking sick, the bad people away. And then Chris Holmes says, well, Mike started off as a producer, but Blackie wanted his stamp on it. So Mike got co-producer credit. Blackie made sure he got into a fight with Mike so he could throw him out. It happened on every record. Same with Spencer Proffer. Remember Max Norman? He was the original producer for Inside the Electric Circus. Next thing I know, he's getting thrown out. But Mike was fun to work with. He's a great guy. He brought out the best in me as a musician. He made sure I played right. And Piper says, this was before CDs. We made copies of the album on cassette. We'd go out in the car and crank it. Working with Mike was incredible. There was nothing illegal going on in the studio either. No drugs, no partying. Our heads were screwed on straight. We wanted a good product. We were so focused on W.A.S.P. It was full steam ahead. It was all new. We weren't sure where we were going, but we weren't sure where we were going, but we were going. And then Richards, the drummer, says, I didn't talk to Mike much. He was always with Blackie talking about whatever. But being in the studio was exciting. It was new. I moved to Los Angeles in 75, and there was nothing going on back then. No bands, fucking nothing. Let me say this. Going from nothing to being in this nice studio, playing, recording, and being able to have some kind of living was the greatest. So that's the story on Mike Varney. And then the last thing, and then we can finally fucking talk about some music, Mark, is the album cover. Because it's, it's pretty iconic for its time, compared to other, glam covers and stuff like that. It's pretty quick. But Chris asked how the album cover came about, and he says the rack was built in a wood shop. This is Blackie. The studio we were filming had just completed a Star Trek movie, so we borrowed the rocks from the Star Trek set. That's what we're sitting on. The eyes in the background were Randy Piper's idea. We thought we were finished with it, and then Randy comes up and says, "Hey, let's put eyes on either side." Looking back on the cover, we were okay with it. I've always thought it didn't portray us quite like we were on stage. I wanted the back cover to be a photo from the stage right after we finish our set. Really, our stages looked like a bomb had gone off. Stages were always in complete shambles. So that's what I wanted. The stage with no people on it, destroyed. The aftermath of that photo would have asked so many questions like, how did it get like this? I was overridden in the end. And then Holmes says, you see the pile of rocks on the cover? Well, they're on scaffolding. It looks like a pile of rocks, but it's not. There's a guy behind it all manning the smoke machine. Not sure if you know this, but when smoke machines cool off, they shoot out hot oil. So I'm sitting there ready for the photographer to take the shot, and suddenly my back's on fire. I'm getting hot oil all over my back. So I'm like, fuck this. I went to jump off the scaffolding, and I knocked down the whole set. My foot caught something, and it all came down. Everything was like, what the fuck? So there's like a Spinal Tap quality to some of these like W.A.S.P stories sometimes, you know what I mean? It's fun, and Venom has the same stories about blowing up stages and almost like bombs going off at some of the early live shows and shit. But it's I don't know, it's fun. It's all in good humor, right? Like I don't think
it's all part of the game.
Yeah, it's all kind of what it is. So let's get into some music here finally. So we're going to have a pretty solid set that's going to be dedicated to the whole of this debut record here. And we heard On Your Knees and Bad, and obviously Animal Fuck Like a Beast earlier, but we're going to kind of keep it kind of rolling. And we're going to start with Tormentor. And Tormentor has these great lyrics that just really again establish what the band's all about. I have no morals and I'm a thief, pillage and plunder, curse those who enter, I am a killer and tormentor. So it's like kind of the lifestyle they were leading, and also the aesthetic of the characters they're trying to create on stage that are these like living ids, really. They're just like kind of fucking and killing and destroying, and that's who they are, like torturing. That's what they're kind of all about. And I think the song's fun, and the chorus with that fucking maiden bouncing gallop riff it's fucking awesome. It's one of my favorite songs in the record for sure. I think the Chris Holmes solo is really cool, especially with Blackie doing those kind of killer like Steve Harris bass chops while the solo is kind of happening. And again, I wrote, I dare you not to sing along in the chorus, when he's kind of like doing the tormentor sort of thing. And the outro to the song kind of has like a weird, like Slayer kind of dive bomb, kind of noisy sort of aspect to it. Some of the stuff Slayer would sometimes do at the end. Yeah. And Popoff called this song a Nawabum Twisted Sister song, which is kind of, yeah.
You see that?
Like, the sing-along quality is definitely Twisted Sister, but it's got all that like maiden Nawabum kind of like bouncing kind of
gallop,
melody stuff. Yeah, the gallop and stuff. I don't know. Do you have like a favorite song on the debut record besides Animal or the hit songs, like quote unquote, I suppose?
I mean, Love Machine and I Want to Be Somebody are kind of I mean, they're incredible. But
Yeah,
I think "The Torture Never Stops" is a great song.
that's really really good. Yep.
"Sleeping in the Fire." I mean, it's like a almost like a power ballad, but
Oh yeah,
is great.
yeah. When we get to Sleepy in the Fire, I'll talk. It reminds me of like Scream in the Night from Crocus. It's got that kind
Yeah,
of like epic kind of quality to it, you know. Um, yeah, and then we're gonna go to probably the most well-known Wasp song, or definitely up there. You know, I'd say along with maybe Wild Child and Animal Fuck Like a Beast, and that's I Want to Be Somebody. You know, it's aspirational, right?
yeah.
It's you know all that kind of aspect to it. It's anthemic, you know, it's all that kind of stuff.
It's
It does,
teenage, angst. It's like, yeah, like taking control of your destiny stuff.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
huge.
I love like Richard's like propulsive sort of drums on the song too.
Hmm.
You know, especially at the start of the verses and kind of scattered throughout, like he's doing some cool like kind of drum stuff. You know, I mean,
Well, it
the
starts out with a little
Holmes,
drum ditty and then straight
yeah,
into, Blackie.
yep, it's great. You know, there's even like that kind of accept balls to the wall breakdown kind of in the middle. That's like great. You know,
Hmm.
and especially in the end of the song, there's these like little mini solo lines that Holmes is doing that really remind me of like George Lynch. It's some of the kind of stuff he'll do in some Dokken songs where there's like he's doing like these kind of like mini little leads as the singing and the song is kind of trailing off. That's very much like a Dokken kind of vibe to it.
Yeah, a
So
little, not calling responses, but more like he's kind of like amplifying what the vocal line's doing, accenting
absolutely.
it just a little bit.
Yep, that's it. And Popoff, besides doing the top 500 heavy metal albums of all time, also has the top 500 heavy metal songs of all time.
Okay.
And this one came at number 92, so it's right after NIB from Black Sabbath,
Okay.
and right before Rock You Like a Hurricane from Scorpions.
Wow.
So pretty good company actually.
Yeah,
So
I'd say.
and Blackie just says about I Want to Be Somebody. He says, I heard that VH1 was doing the top 100 or top 50 songs of all time, and that number 20, and that this song was number 21 or 22, which is that's pretty awesome, actually.
Hmm.
Um, Musically, I never thought it was one of the strongest songs that we did, but I understand the sentiment. And the sentiment is what pushed me in the first place to do the song. Because I really thought that there's got to be a lot of people who feel like that. It's a very simple idea, one that had not been said before, but I'm sure a lot of people were thinking it. To me, I've always thought that a song title or an idea of a song was probably worth as much, if not more, than the song itself. If it's a sentiment that people can latch onto, I think that's really important. So yeah, I think that's well
Well, and with the
said. You
final
know,
two parts of the verse, I'm gonna be somebody. So it's like it starts as I wanna, and then by the end, you've
gonna.
got the power.
Yeah,
And that
exactly.
I
Again,
fucking Holmes' solo in this, it's one of my favorites.
it's great. Yeah,
It's really good.
yep. It's really tasteful, and I think that's
Yeah,
the thing. Like, you know, for as like angry and raw as this record kind of has a reputation, like Holmes is a lot closer to like the Lynch, Jakey Lee style of soloing, or even like Vivian Campbell. I think a lot like the
yeah, I
things that
would agree.
Campbell does on but he also has some of like the melodic overtones that like Adrian Smith brings in sometimes too. So it's like he's like half Vivian Campbell, half like Adrian Smith. Even though he does like fierce dive bombs and noisy shit, there's always he's always serving the song, and that's
It's
pretty.
true. Yeah,
It's
it's never about his own, showing off what I can do. It's always in service of the song.
Yep. Yep. I think that's really cool. One thing that Lawless says about the song in Chris's Hall of Fame, real quick, is you know, because Chris asks him like, you know, how popular the song was and taking off. He says, just like he said in the Pop-Off book, he says, I never thought I Want to Be Somebody was that good. He said, the sentiment's there. He says, musically, I don't think it's that great. And he says, Keith Richards said the same thing about Satisfaction. When you're on the inside, it's not always that special or interesting. So I think it's interesting. He kind of thinks of this as like their Satisfaction, you know, like a song that like everybody else kind of likes, but he's just like, you know, whatever. And I get it. It's pretty musically simple compared to a lot of W.A.S.P songs. So maybe, you know,
It is.
Blackie's more drawn to complex songs or, you know, things like that. But I think it works. I think
Yeah, it's only
it's a
like
great anthem.
three notes and a little change, and it's all about that chorus though, and just like the driving force. That's a lot of their songs, the driving force behind it.
And I for one can't wait to be singing along to this song with you, Mark, because
Oh yeah,
we're gonna
hell
be
yeah.
somebody at that concert. Yeah. So then we got L.O.V.E Machine, Love Machine. It's got, kind of a classic rock opening, shout along, arena ready chorus. It's some of Blackie's more nuanced vocal performances a little bit. So he's kind of
Yeah.
doing some different things with his voice. Lots of groove, kind of got some like War Pigs kind of stylings during the verses. Some of like the stop start kind of things that you hear in War Pigs a bit. Um, and like I said, Holmes is just kind of soloing with a lot of really great melodic stylings and Vivian Campbell kind of, bravado that I kind of mentioned before. So,
The
yeah,
spiritual successor to Love Gun.
there you go. Yeah, there is a passing of the torch from, there's a lot between W.A.S.P and Kiss. I think two bands that are kind of misunderstood or underappreciated by certain people,
Yeah.
because I think maybe the image trumps the song sometimes for people. Now I'll say this. I don't know. Is this a bold statement as a Kiss fan? I think W.A.S.P are better songwriters. Is
Mm,
I don't know. That's for me. I think they write better quality songs overall. And maybe it's a more condensed time period. I'm kind of drawn from 84 to like 92. So maybe if you took
yeah.
like the best, 6 or 7 year period of Kiss, you might get the same thing.
I'd say
But
more consistent. I think that
okay.
if Gene or Paul, one of those was more of a heavy hand instead of them being pretty even, and then
Mhm.
just like because I think it was more of a two-man operation for songwriting, and I
Yeah,
think Blackie was the litmus test for everything. That's like, does this work?
that's
So I
true.
think it's
So
more of a unified vision, more so than
singular
Kiss.
vision.
Yeah,
Okay.
because some Kiss songs, there's never a Kiss album that is universally like everything is great. There's always a couple like, this one's kind of too, you know,
Sure.
romantic, or it doesn't really fit. It's more like a 50s song, or it doesn't really, it's not as interesting as some of the other stuff. But
I guess Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus are kind of inconsistent in the way that Kiss albums are, where there's like high
yeah,
highs and some kind of like forgettable lows, sort of thing.
yeah, I
So
think Last Command's pretty solid, but I mean, I
I
don't
think
know,
the
it's like a
thing,
70%.
yeah, and we'll talk about Last Command in the next set, but it's part of it's the production. It's just not as
Yeah,
like in your face as Blackie wanted it,
I
really.
do like the cover though.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And I
Um,
don't know if your CD has the reissue, if it has all the heads on spikes on the inside too.
you can kind of see it a little bit, but mine's kind of cut off, really.
Okay, it's like a whole side of the record sleeve.
Oh,
It's
really?
like the whole
Okay.
band with decapitated heads on spikes.
Oh, I've seen that image before. That's in
It's a painting, but
I think it's in the booklet
okay.
for it. That's in my booklet. Yeah, that's a cool thing for sure. Um, then we get Hellion, which is just sort of a straightforward kind of Wasp song. A lot of people know this one. And so because people knew this one, we decided to throw in the demo version of it for comparison.
Hmm.
To me, it's kind of a glammed up Venom tune. That's what Hellion's always reminded me of something that's like kind of got a Venom simplicity to it.
Yeah.
A little less Satan, but still fun, still a little devilish, but
For
good.
some reason, I thought the harmonizing reminded me a bit of the aesthetic of Alice in Chains.
I can see that.
Just
Yeah,
a,
because there's
it's kind of oddball thing, but
yeah. I mean, I who knows? I mean, Chains came out of the scene, right?
yeah,
Like they were, kind of Guns N' Roses-y kind of band, so they were probably fans of Wasp. I guaranteed Cantrell
yeah.
was a fan of all that kind of stuff,
Well, like, yeah,
so
just more. I think more of the gruff harmonized vocals was kind of
yeah. Okay. Yeah, the twin kind of stuff.
yeah,
Yep. And then we get one of my favorites, Sleep in the Fire. Taste the love, the Lucifer's magic that makes you numb. The passion and all the pain are one. You're sleeping in the fire. It's that's I mean, this is a Wasp ballad,
yeah.
but they're
But it's
but
also
they're
like that.
Lucifer's magic,
Yeah, I was
so
like,
it's
holy shit, like that. This
pretty satanic,
chorus is stuck in my head all the time too.
Yeah, dude, it's like a satanic ballad. I love it. It's very you can see why on some level, I get why parents would be scared of this because it's not caustic. It's catchy.
Yeah.
So like it's real dangerous, dirty songs that you want to sing along to. And that's like, I don't know, it's kind of like right, it's kind of the quality that Ghost had on that first record, right? Where you're
Hmm.
like singing these catchy songs about like satanic rituals, and that's like
Yeah.
I don't know, Ghost wasn't really taboo or anything. That was just more of a tongue-in-cheek thing they were doing, but it still works. But if you're doing it in a context where, oh my God, is this band serious? And you see images of them and you see their stage show and like, are these real, like, sadomasochist Satan worshipers? It's the same thing people thought with Shout at the Devil for Motley Crue. Like, oh my God, they're burning pentagrams. Are they worshiping Satan? And people fucking took that shit for serious,
Yeah.
And it was
It's a
all
different
WWE the whole time, it was all fucking, it's like East Coast, West Coast hip hop. Like it was all fucking,
That's all lark.
NWA was like posing with like fucking fake guns or, I mean, I don't know. So it's a lot of show. That's part of the magic and the allure of rock and roll and Hollywood and all that stuff kind of merging,
It's make believe, it's
yeah. And again, I'm an unabashed ballad person. I love my 80s hair metal ballads. So Sleepy in the Fire like hits all those points. It's got the evil sort of Slayer lyrics mixed with like kind of a ballad, great Blackie vocal performance and a real aching solo from Holmes. He's really good at doing these kind of cool, like arching, aching solos that are pretty emotive. And this is kind of the first great example of that. And it says when that solo kind of moves right into Blackie sort of screaming, taste the love. I just said, grab your girl and make out. It's like,
taste the love, honey.
Yeah. Taste the love, baby.
Of Lucifer's
it's a great
magic.
makeout ballad,
Yeah.
And I love the guitar work over the vocals in that final minute. That's kind of where it's really noodly and but again, still serving the song. It's not masturbatory, but it adds some like cool textures to the music that like, some Motley Crue would never do that. Because that's not the way Mick Mars didn't play that way, So like it's it's those little added flourishes that are like higher level musicianship that makes it closer to like Dokken musicianship than like say Crue musicianship. I would say,
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
And then Torture Never Stops, just great galloping.
What does that opening riff remind you of? I couldn't think. It was like, God, this sounds so fucking familiar.
This sort of reminds. That's a good question. I didn't write anything down, so it must not have grabbed me either. But I don't know. It's just galloping, right? Like there's something kind of like there, and it's not Maiden. I don't think that's what the opening riff reminds me of.
No, there's like definitely some like Glenn Tipton like harmonic solo stuff going on.
I'm guessing it's probably. It might be a Priest riff, honestly, like something like British Steel, Defenders. It's a lot of stuff W.A.S.P does on these next few records have some like screaming and screaming for vengeance. British Steel, it's sort of in their DNA, but yeah, I can't.
There's also some Hammerheart kind of like Bathory chord progression stuff happening. So I'm sure that W.A.S.P definitely rubbed off on Bathory.
Oh, I guarantee. Yeah, because there's like a drama to what W.A.S.P does, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and when you get to Blood, Fire, Death and Hammerheart, like it's very over dramatic and theatrical, some of the stuff that Hawthorne does. So I just think like, Blackie and Tony Richards really lock in on the rhythmic stuff on this song, and really great killer ending, where everybody's kind of locked in, and it's a great way to sort of end the record, I would say. So yeah, it's a lot of music to unpack here, Mark. So let's let people get to it. So we've got Tormentor, I Want to Be Somebody, L.O.V.E. Machine. We've got the Hellion, but the demo versions, you can compare which version you like better. Then we got Sleepy in the Fire and the Torture Never Stops. That was The Torture, Never Stops, Sleeping in the Fire, the Hellion demo from 83, L.O.V.E. Machine, I Want to Be Somebody, and Tormentor, all from the debut 1984's W.A.S.P. So a couple things, just kind of work out the rest of the stuff in terms of the impact that this record has, before we move on to Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus, which we'll probably move through those records pretty quick because they're the probably the least important of the first five in terms of doing new things, I would say, but
Yeah.
like I like Last Command a lot too. I'm like you. Inside the Electric Circus is probably my least of all these. But in the pop-off book, the top 500 heavy metal albums of all time, W.A.S.P comes in at number 85. It's right next to Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, and Dead Heart in a Dead World from Nevermore. It's also around Live After Death. The Maiden is kind of in that realm, and Born Again from Black Sabbath. So it's sitting in kind of a weird spot,
Yeah.
but makes sense. And Blackie Lawless, all he had to say about it was on the debut. He says the first album. He says there are a couple words that come to mind, and I'm trying to think of how to phrase it in a sentence. I guess I would call it beautifully crude because there is an anger to that record. The best records I ever did were the ones where I stopped caring about what anybody else was thinking, where I refused to let what others were thinking creep into my psyche. That was one of them. And you think, well, you should have learned something. Laughs. You do, but sometimes you stray from the course. 20 years later, you're going to stray from time to time. So yeah, I would say beautifully crude. So that's a good way of describing that record. And it also showed up on another list, which you're a part of, Mark, because it is Decibel's top 100 old school metal albums of all time, of which you did the really cool cover.
Oh
And
yeah,
you
got
actually have,
Blackie
I
on the cover.
was gonna say Blackie's up if you have this issue, he's up in the very top right corner there. Pretty nifty. And W.A.S.P, the debut came in at number 21. It's right in between Scorpions, Taken by Force, and Diamond Head, Lightning Donation. So that's good company.
Yeah.
Both records that I love, especially that Taken by Force. That might be my favorite Uli record, probably. But Justin Norton, a friend of the podcast who co-hosted our Dead Kennedys episode, he did the little write-up, and he said Blackie Lawless has become such a vocal Christian. His latest album, Golgotha, refers to the location of Christ's crucifixion, that it's easy to forget when he was a legitimate threat. Although W.A.S.P are often lumped in with Sunset Strip bands like Rat and Motley Crue, the only thing they shared is a locale and a weakness for anthems. W.A.S.P eponymous debut is the perfect union of arena bombast and club sleaze. W.A.S.P has several pump your fist moments, particularly I Want to Be Somebody in School Days, two songs to unite the kids that appeared in Heavy Metal Parking Lot. What sets this album apart from its Aquanet contemporaries is Lawless's songwriting chops. He was so celebrated for his Alice Cooper style stage theatrics in the early 80s that people forgot what got him to the show was his songwriting. W.A.S.P's best known song, Animal Fuck Like a Beast, was deleted from the record shortly after the original release. But if you grew up in the 80s, you were getting the 45 with a saw blade protruding from a bloody codpiece anyway. So there you go. And then I got more. This is from Kerrang, and this is from a Kerrang guy, Dante Benuto, and it's actually an article that he published in 1984, I think, right when the band was kind of releasing their stuff. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's reprinted in the booklet, but there's a little bit in it that I think is kind of interesting, where he kind of puts the album in context. And so, again, his name is Dante Benuto. I don't know what he's doing now, but he was a writer for Kerrang back in the 80s. And he says, personally, I love the music. I love the look. And I love the fact that in Blackie Lawless, a Staten Island native, these arch rock and rollers had a deep thinking defender of the OTT ethos, a man who could my gosh, I can't read some of this. A man who could more than hold his own against Tipper Gore, Susan Baker, and any other of the so-called Washington wives. Within a few months of W.A.S.P appearing in Kerrang, I found myself writing the magazine's first front cover feature on the group, issue 65, an assignment I put my name down for in the letters the size of large bungalow after leafing through the Laura Canyon feature beneath the bedcloths, and later listening to 4 demo tracks slipped into my possession by an obliging West Coast contact. Kerrang 65 hit the racks in April of 1984. On April 6th, I was in the office of the then publisher, hearing how W.H.S. Smith were threatening to remove the magazine from their shelves. Apparently, they weren't overtly taken with the front cover photo, a Ross Halfland classic showing Blackie skull-handed and drenched in blood, which frankly came as a real surprise. As far as I was concerned, it was just a great pick of a band who thoroughly deserved their front cover status, having recently signed major deals with Capitol and Rod Smallwood, the man behind Iron Maiden, in addition to being filmed for a cameo appearance in the Rage War movie. What's more, advanced cassettes of the debut single, memorably titled Animal Fuck Like a Beast, had already found their way to the Kerrang offices in London's Covent Garden. So it was clear from the off that Blackie and his wrecking crew were able to back up their cocksure stance with more than just a barrage of lamb chops. I rated Animal highly at the time, and in retrospect, I rate it even higher. The music and the lyrics fit together perfectly. A marriage made seriously south of heaven, and I defy anyone not to feel at least tempted to sing along with the hook line, even if their sexual drive is more akin to a captive panda with a headache than a rampant big cat on a dozen oyster diet. Oh, God. Yeah, so of course they retell the Blackie quote, rock and roll should make you want to fuck. Blackie told me more than once, and no doubt many others too. In the first few years of the band, he was averaging around 400 interviews a year. Quote, if I don't make you want to fuck, then it ain't rock and roll. I can't say it better than that. Blackie was moved to write Animal after seeing a photo of 2 lions mating in National Geographic magazine, and as a track, it certainly strikes well below the belt. Co-produced by the W.A.S.P main man and West Coast metal entrepreneur Mike Varney, it instantly pulled those who like their rock and roll on the bloody side rare. Capitol Records, however, were less comfortable with Animal. All right, yeah, they say, they dispatched thing to the media. Capitol Records did. It says, this isn't a normal song with obscene language. This is a song about animal sex with no emotional or love involvement, which can be corrupting to young people. The solution to the problem was both simple and effective. Clearly, W.A.S.P weren't going to neuter such a calling card track. After all, a codpiece bearing the contentious title was already sitting snug over the lawless crown jewels, a personal collection almost on scale with that of our own royal family. Apparently, a deal was therefore struck with Capitol allowing Animal to come out. Yep, we already kind of read about that. And then I'll end with this last quote from Blackie. He said, W.A.S.P should come across like a tin can being torn open by a pair of pliers. And there's no question that W.A.S.P, the anthem, titled, W.A.S.P, the album, was going to be tentatively titled Winged Assassin at one point. And pretty cool. And Blackie says, yeah, it fulfills the brief. Yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Okay. Yep.
It's basically like keeping everybody like, the Doors and Zeppelin and all these bands starting with a self-titled album.
Yep. And the only thing that he kind of added in that article that was interesting is they originally talked to possibly Frank Zappa or Ace Frehley for having done production for the record, but it didn't kind of happen there. So, Mark, let's get into the PMRC a little bit. So, yes. I don't know, you growing up, you were probably a little older. Obviously, you are older than me. Do you remember
10 when this happened?
Any of this shit sort of happening?
I remember it being talked about on the news and stuff.
Okay.
At this time,
I just remember
this didn't affect my listening at the time that much. Okay. But it definitely threw it out there, like, okay, what are these people talking? Like, anytime, so I remember I grew up Catholic probably till I was about 12 or 13, and at one point they tried to, like, Dungeons and Dragons was a big deal. They're trying to cancel this with in stores and stuff, which was never going to happen.
The Satanic Panic. Yep.
Yeah. Which, it even went as far as trying to cancel G.I. Joe, which what the fuck is that about? Yeah, outside of like,
Saturday morning cartoons were too violent.
it was too violent.
Yep,
Yeah, and I was like, okay.
all that stuff.
So at that time, there was a bunch of this like adults trying to, you know, tell kids what they think is morally right and wrong, and yet none of them at the time had any kind of sense of humor to understand what this even is.
Sure.
So that, I mean, that I was just kind of peripherally hearing some of this stuff and looking back at it, it's kind of laughable compared to things that's happening now
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
in culture in general. Like people complaining about things that might be, but you know,
Well, I didn't know about the PMRC, but some ripple effects obviously affected me because I've told the story where in like 86, 87, my mom took all my hair metal tapes away and hid
hmm
them for, we went to church during that time period and stuff. I think the only thing she let me buy was Striper, To Hell with the Devil. So I was rocking that out. Some pretty killer riffs on that record, but
hmm
um yeah, so like I was unaware of it. Obviously, as I got older, I was aware of parental advisory stickers, but it probably wasn't until I saw some like, documentaries and stuff like that that the whole thing kind of the puzzle pieces came together. And so I thought it'd be interesting because Ian Christie in the Headbanging History of Heavy Metal, Sound of the Beast, he's got kind of a little mini chapter where he kind of describes what the whole PMRC thing was, and obviously W.A.S.P fits into this story. And so I thought this is a good time to do that. So feel free to interrupt me as I kind of go through it if you
sure.
have some comments or asides or whatever. But he says after MTV brought the rock arena into the home, the entertainment hedonism that Ann Landers feared in the 1970s could no longer be contained solely in concert halls. Rebellion was now a fixture in American living rooms. Credit for the channel's popularity was shared by acts touting metal madness, like the carnally obsessed Scorpions, the hairy crossdressers Twisted Sister, and the lipstick Satanist Motley Crue. Twisted Sister, for instance, was a gang of big, hairy New Yorkers who dressed in exaggerated and ironic female drag. They were led by Dee Snider, a gruesome figure Kerrang compared to Bette Midler for his garish makeup and long, curling tresses. The band's immensely popular MTV hit, We're Not Gonna Take It, depicted the big city monsters stomping through a suburban neighborhood, a perfect cartoon of how the cable medium itself was shaking through the tiny lawns of the American Midwest. And I'll say this. A good friend of ours that we both stood up in his wedding is Andy Zimmer. And both Andy Zimmer and my household, when that We're Not Gonna Take It video hit, MTV was banned in my house for months after that. So like that
We're not gonna
video,
take crap. Yeah, turn
well,
that
that
off.
I think that video really hit a nerve with like they said, like MTV, people don't understand this unless you read the research on it. MTV was not a coastal thing. It was a
hmm
Midwest thing.
Yeah,
MTV really was, a lot of cable was blocked out of like the major markets like LA and New York. So cable really hit in middle America. And, Mount Pleasant, Michigan is as middle America, Midwest as it fucking gets, right? But we had cable because we lived in the apartment complex. We lived in Portobello and they got free cable. So I was
yeah,
just
it's
like,
part of your rent.
yeah, it was just like fucking there, and I know not everybody had MTV that early. It kind of like, sort of grew across the nation, but that video had a major effect on me and I thought it was cool. Like I didn't understand what drag was or any of that, but let me tell you, I think my mom saw how cool I thought it was, and that's part of why my mom's like, nope, fucking shutting that shit off, So I didn't think it was dangerous at all. It didn't make me want to like blow up a school or what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
I didn't get what it was about, but I don't know. It's kind of like
it
my
was
Uncle
just
John.
felt like rebellious. Like
Yeah, it was something. It was edgy. It was catchy.
yeah,
I visually it was so cool the way they were dressed. I thought they looked like fucking action figures, right? They looked like
like
GI Joe
He-Man or
guys,
wrestlers.
He-Man. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So I don't know, but all right. A cultural war was brewing, and heavy metal became the punching bag. Even when not explicitly urging a revolt in the streets, the attitudes of heavy metal made a visible threat to public order. Although metal was not the only music to upset moral crusaders, with its obvious taunts and movement served as a fantastic scapegoat. For the same extra musical reasons that Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast piqued the interest of teenagers, it appalled excitable adults. Soon, a veritable bouquet of reactionary forces strung together an unexpectedly successful attack on heavy metal's social power. Responding to what some saw as a crisis of extreme music, the Parents Music Resource Center political advocacy group, or PMRC, formed in 1984 at the impetus of Susan Baker, Tipper Gore, and several other wives of ranking members of Congress. The group advanced a theory that rising suicide and rape statistics amongst teenagers could be blamed on lewd rock lyrics. They had raised the drinking age, quote, notes Dee Snider of Twisted Sister, and there were certain magazines like Playboy and Penthouse that weren't being carried by 7-Eleven. There was clearly a conservative grip on things, and the audience was too caught up in partying to react. Though the Washington wives were often portrayed as a cackling group of middle-aged busybodies, Susan Baker and Tipper Gore were among the most politically effective women in the country in 1984. Both had worked for decades alongside ambitious spouses. Baker's Republican husband, James, was Secretary of the Treasury and later Secretary of State. Gore's husband, Al, a Democratic senator representing Tennessee, sat on the Senate Commerce Committee. He became Vice President of the United States in 92 and famously missed being elected president in 2000 by a quirk in the electoral system. The entire list of PMRC co-chairs included the wives of 10% of the Senate. Their demeanor was soft, but their influence was frightening. The PMRC progressed quickly in Reagan-era Washington. Its wonderfully simple explanation for existing problems cost nothing and blamed a segment of the populace that was not particularly politically active or even of voting age. Furthermore, to oppose the PMRC worldview in the eyes of conservatives was to advocate moral degeneracy of the worst kind. Quote, that's pretty much the way the PMRC worked, said James Hetfield of Metallica to journalist K.G. Doughton. Quote, they look for bad shit and find it, because you're going to find what you're looking for, even if it ain't there to someone else or ain't there at all. I think that's a interesting way. I think it comes later in this little article, but they often attack like the vulnerable bands, bands that couldn't like defend themselves. It's kind of weird to see like Prince and Madonna on there, because to me it seems like they went after bands that like didn't have like the huge status and weren't able to like fight back maybe as much as they thought they were.
Yeah, it showed how out of touch they were by lumping these types of bands together too.
Yeah, it's almost like a random like scatter shot. Like, let's just see who we can hit, or like
it's almost forget like how like morally corrupt the government is. It's all the music's fault.
Oh, exactly. And it seems like they almost like went to a record store and just like bought like the first like 15 or 20 records that they saw that like kind of offended them there's no rhyme or reason to the list.
Or, if it's like Washington, they had some interns. They're like, okay, what's stuff that's kind of pushing the limits right now?
What are the kids hip to these days?
Yeah, because they're not doing any of their work. It's always, other people kind of pushing the agenda. They're like, oh, this fits what I need to talk about right now. Or
absolutely. Yep. And this is what the fundraising letter is actually. And Ian Christie put up a photo of it. So this is what actually went out. So, dear friend, just as we explained in the Phil Donahue show, the PMRC needs your support, not for the sake of the center, ready, Mark?
Yes.
But for the young people of America, perhaps your children. Yeah. Today's young people are surrounded by music, rock music. It is so pervasive that we almost forget it's even there. But make no mistake, it is there. And they underline is, Mark, in case you wanted to know. That rock music is there, okay?
Oh, phew.
It's too much of it drumming more and more destructive messages into the minds of our children. Not your children, our children.
Yes.
This is good propaganda 101. This is good language stuff here. Here's some fascinating statistic, Mark. The average teenager listens to rock music 4 to 6 hours daily! !
Oh,
that's more hours of rock music than hours of classroom instruction. Unfortunately, in much of that music, I don't know.
What fucking school are they going to?
It's a stupid fucking statistic, anyways.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
they're trying to get money to blow on fancy dinners and shit.
Unfortunately, in much of that music, the message is negative, sometimes even harmful.
Rebellious? Oh
my God, it's harmful. Because too many of today's rock artists, through radio, records, television videos, video cassettes, these are hit people, the way they're writing this.
Yes.
Television videos, Mark.
Television
and video
videos.
cassettes. Yes, and video cassettes.
Not music videos, television videos.
Because too many of today's rock artists advocate aggressive and hostile rebellion, the abuse of drugs and alcohol, because that's never existed in popular
Never,
anything.
never, no,
Irresponsible sexuality, because we don't want that. All
no.
right. Sexual perversions, we got
Oh,
to get rid of kinks. Yeah, all the kinks got to go away.
clutching my pearls.
Violence and the involvement in the occult. Whoa.
Oh,
This is like
when has the
Charlemagne.
occult ever been a significant cause of anything?
I know. This is like Charlemagne Christianizing Western Europe, where he'd hold a sword up to the pagans and be like, "Would you like to convert to Christianity or not?" And they're like, "Well,
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, I guess I'll do that." So, anyways, that's
hilarious.
what the flyer that was sent around for fucking fundraising looks like. So,
Yeah, when people are asking you for money to fix it, it's fucked up, and it's not going to cause. It's not going to fix anything.
yep, yep.
Oh, would you like to help the policeman auxiliary ball or help this candidate? Like, no, we need all money out of politics, please.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be like a truer democracy than what we've got going on
Yeah,
now.
the fact that that's disgusting. I hate it.
Yep. All right, well, here's a little context. Less democratic governments had long addressed the threat of rock music with severe sanctions. In 1975, several Black Sabbath songs were banned by the South Korean Federation of Cultural Organizations, which pegged the music as, quote, subversive and anti-war.
We want pro-war music, damn it.
Pro-war music. Fucking pro-war.
Oh my God.
It's amazing that they actually wrote anti-war. Yeah, because that's a bad thing. We want war. Korean radio stations, all government owned, ceased playing heavy metal, and long-haired youths were given haircuts on the spot by scissor-wielding policemen.
Wow.
Imagine that being your job. That's like,
and those are the good guys.
Yeah. Well, like in America, right? The lowest totem pole of policemen is like a traffic cop or something, right? Or like a crosswalk person. But imagine being the guy that's like, okay, you can't carry a gun, but what you're gonna do is carry fucking scissors, and you're gonna walk around, cut douchebag's hair.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's the
PMR.
problem.
Yeah, the PMRC and its friends might have welcomed a similar cleansing in America, but such constitutional concepts as freedom of speech required less obvious tactics. On September 19th, 1985, the Senate Commerce Committee convened hearings at the insistence of Mrs. Baker and Mrs. Gore to advance their belief that record albums should be rated and restricted in the same manner as movies. As Tipper Gore told the mostly Republican panel, quote, "We're asking the recording industry to voluntarily assist parents who are concerned by placing a warning label on music products inappropriate for younger children due to explicit sexual or violent content." Quote, "Meanwhile, religious protesters outside the congressional offices waved placards for the TV cameras reading, 'Rock music destroys kids, and we've had enough.'"
You know what could help is that if parents have an active role in their child's life, you don't need the government to tell you what's right and wrong. Like, it's so stupid looking back at this stuff is like,
Absolutely
like
ridiculous.
rated R movies, like go with your kids. Like if and same with like the social media thing now, like we need to have a social media thing where you can only be a certain age. Like that's for the parents to figure out. It's just, this is like bad parenting.
Yeah. I mean, as a teacher, how do I say this in a way that doesn't sound fascistic? I really think that, boy, you need a license to drive, you need a license to fish, things like that. I don't know how you would do it in a free, just society, but I honestly think you need to pass like a test to fucking become a parent. Because dude, I don't know. It's just I've taught kids, and usually the reason they're fucked up is because their parents are just not doing their job, and it sucks. And I don't know how you would govern that, and I think it would not govern well. So I know it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, you couldn't do that unless you're in China.
Yeah, exactly. But that, I don't know. It's frustrating.
We don't have. There's no social. Like back in when everybody was more, not that religion was the way, but when people were actually had a united goal, no matter what your background was or what your, how much money you made, like everybody had kind of general, like, okay, you should hold the door for people, just pleasantries. Now,
Yeah.
like, there's none of that. Like, everybody, I don't think really people have much of a, like, it's just us against them all the time.
Well, I
And
think
you're
too,
never
what
going
would
to get
be,
anything accomplished.
I think too, what would be kind of interesting is like, we have done such a poor job. And this is a hot button topic, but we've done such a poor job in, you know, with like the idea of like protecting, the rights of babies and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, that's its own issue. But like the same people that often drum that are the same people that like defund like young parent programs and young children programs. And then we wonder why we have so many issues. It's like, well, if we had resources to make parents better parents and to support them so that they can be better parents instead of kids suffering because their parents either don't have the right resources or are working all the time to barely like get by. It's like we don't really care about children in this country. We care about birth, but we don't really care about like we have these platitudes, we programs like the PMRC that are looking out for children, but at the same time, probably a lot of the supporters of PMRC are the same ones that are defunding like breakfast for poor kids in inner cities. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this delicious irony of like, do you care about how children are raised and wanting a better, more unified, just society that has productive citizens? Or do you just care about like the things that are part of your party platform or whatever? And so it's this whole
I feel like that's,
hypocrisy,
on the right and the left, it's exactly the same way right now. It's just, there's not going to be any kind of middle ground until we can figure out, like, what do we stand for as a country?
I don't see us ever coming back from that because basically people in this country are using like alternative like news sources now. So like you're
Well,
never going to
and
have
like
like that
mainstream news
unified
sources
kind of
are
thing.
retarded. If you watch NBC or PBS, watch the opening to ABC, PBS, NBC. It's all the exactly same talking points. It's like they got a press release. Like,
Yeah, I
and
agree
the
with
over
that.
everything is just a fucking, it's the end of the world. Like, I think if everybody stopped listening to mainstream sources of news and just live their lives in a normal, like, worry about your local community, because most of the
Yeah, but
time,
I don't think you're going to get that anymore. I mean, I agree with
no,
you
you're
on
not
that
going to.
front, but I
I
think
don't
like
I don't trust large establishments. I don't trust individuals. I figure out like what makes sense for me. And I don't, there's not like a go-to. It's not Walter Cronkite anymore, where you listen to him at the end of the night and you feel better. Like, whew, he told me what was going on. It's 24-hour news crap. Everybody's got an agenda. The pharmaceutical industries pay for fucking everything. Like, there's no news that doesn't have some kind of angle to it. Or like they're
yeah,
saying something because they're fun. They can't say something about this because of advertising. Money is the problem right now. Where the money is coming from and what's paying for everything has to, you like, we're a show that doesn't rely on anybody for anything. We don't have
yeah,
to say, well, we believe blah 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 because this type of hemorrhoid cream works great, and all of our audience should try it too because it's whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm this last year I've cut out all of like the news out, that typical kind of stuff. I'll go through and watch like all the major networks and then kind of make up my mind what I think. But I think that there's no diversity of opinion. It's all the same. It's all the same, like,
it's all
boilerplate.
the same in journalistic circles, I would say. I think there are like common talking points within like the actual realm of real journalism, and a lot of that is corporately controlled for sure. But I think when you look at that versus like the non-journalism like stuff that's happening on a certain political side where it's like coming out of really dangerous spots, I think you can say that both suck, and they do, and both are pumping a lot of like unnecessary fear and things like that. But I think one side still is rooted in like having to do some level of journalistic like integrity, and then the other side is not. And I think it's really I think it's dangerous when we throw the baby out with the bathwater and we say that both are like equally as terrible, because I think it's the same thing with like political candidates. Sometimes it's like sometimes some things can be like way worse than one, and they can both suck and both choices suck, but like one
Well, I
is
think
like arbitrarily dangerous and the other is
but that's
less
the perceived
dangerous,
thing of politics now, is that we really have a choice. And like,
But one, and I don't want to go there, but one is advocating for things that are like
but a lot of that's
borderline
hyperbolic too. I
anti-democracy,
think like
you
I
know.
think we have
So
no choice right now in
yeah,
politics.
I don't. I
Like,
again, am I
do we
excited about
want
this election?
an
No.
idiot or a somebody who's a simpleton?
Yeah,
You
well,
pick which side that is. It's
but
the same.
again,
Like if
one
anybody saw the
one is
last
advocating
debate,
for danger. Again, I just think like as a history teacher, I think it's very dangerous to teach things as both sides are equally bad. I again, both sides suck. I agree, but like
I don't think either side
one
is
is very
more virtuous than the other. I think they're
yeah.
both full of shit.
That
And
that's that may be true. Full of shit is different than dangerous. I think again, we can talk about the criticisms of like how journalism and stuff is done, but I just think like we as a society have to be very very careful about, you know, killing all journalism just with one statement, because there are people that are actually doing like
well, you
good
have to
jobs.
search
It might
for
be
it.
in print, but like, but this whole idea that all news is fake, you know, again, that's not what you're saying, but like that is like trumpeted on you know, in certain circles, and that devalues the people who actually are doing their job, because it's like the baby got thrown out with the bathwater. And I just think there's nuance in the criticisms of how we sort of talk about this, and I think the danger is we've lost nuance, you know, and
Well, yeah,
we've lost
there's
the
definitely
ability
not that.
to, we can be very critical of both sides, and I'm as, you know, I'm very critical of things in certain parties that I tend to support. I'm not happy with a lot of the things they're doing, but I also recognize that there are stark differences in, and yes, both sides are corporate controlled and money interested, and that sucks. So but I don't know, anyways, that's a, we could, this could be its own podcast, which we shouldn't do. So let's get back to shitty government stuff. So this was not an invitation to a dialogue. I'm back to the book here. It was a setup. Still, Twisted Sister was among those targeted for indecency, so the band's charismatic singer, Dee Snider, went to Washington, along with the brainy rocker Frank Zappa and the wholesome singer-songwriter John Denver. Quote, they contacted my management, Snyder says, and wanted to know if I would come and testify, figuring, let's get the most recognizable character in metal at the time and put him up there as the poster boy for censorship. They were caught off guard because they didn't know I spoke English fluently. To illustrate their outrage, the PMRC presented oversized album covers and recited offensive lyrics, mostly out of context. To stoke the impulses of the press, the organization tabulated a list of the most shocking artists of the day, a haphazard collection including Madonna, Def Leppard, Wendy O. Williams, W.A.S.P, Motley Crue, and the Mentors. Most of the artists were chosen for overt sexuality, but there was also particular attention paid to songs dealing with the occult. Most of them had never reached or were even ever intended to reach such a large mass media audience. Quote, I guess the worst thing that ever happened to us was kind of good, notes King Diamond. The PMRC put Merciful Fate on their Filthy 15 list. I think from us, they picked Into the Coven or something, but they could have picked any song. So,
Yeah.
uh, Dee Snider responded to questions before the conference committee, appropriately dressed in a sleeveless black t-shirt with long frizzled blonde hair erupting from his head. Under examination by Senator Gore, Snyder suggested that parents, not government, should take responsibility for the music their children bring into the house. When Gore asked Snyder if such monitoring was reasonable, the singer quipped, being a parent isn't a reasonable thing. It's a hard thing. I'm a parent, and I know. After delivering a statement scorning senators for wasting the country's time, Frank Zappa proposed simply that rock lyrics be printed on the outside of record jackets. Zappa told reporters on Capitol Hill, quote, you know what worries me about what's happening here today? This is government as entertainment. These people have plenty to do besides talking about whether or not somebody's little Johnny gets to see the Blackie Lawless cover with the buzzsaw blade between his legs. Indeed, for shock rockers like Lawless, outraged parishioners were all part of the show. Says Lawless of W.A.S.P first tour of England, quote, you've got the local clergy and all the Catholic Church following us everywhere, buying tickets and bringing people to shows. They're bringing 100 people in at a time, and they're down in the middle of the room praying while we're up on stage. It was quite a surrealistic thing. Nonetheless, fear-mongering remained a growth sector during the Reagan administration as the PMRC hearings empowered a job class of self-proclaimed occult experts, bizarre modern-day witch hunters who lectured at PTA meetings, encouraged letter-writing campaigns, and wormed their way onto TV news segments with alarming regularity. The gravy train extended to a greedy procession of born-again comedians, retired police officers, and evangelical ministers such as Bob Larson, author of a series of books attacking rock music. In the self-published 1983 book Rock, for example, Larson fed the terror of the ignorant with far-fetched warnings concerning Black Sabbath's supposed use of astral projection and chicken blood rituals.
I do that
Were
every
you
Sunday.
aware, Mark?
Every
Were you
Sunday.
aware, Mark, that Tony Iommi can project himself into the astral plane?
Absolutely. I did that in the Celtic Frost comic.
I mean, I think it's fucking rad. I wish there was more astral projection going on. I think that's how we could solve a lot of problems if we just dealt with them in the astral world and then brought them back to the Earth world. Personally,
yeah. We could cut down on some carbon emissions if people would not use their jets and just do some of
why
that.
don't we just travel astrally? That would be so much more economic or eco-friendly. Yeah. The saber rattling continued following the PMRC hearings, yet King Diamond believes that the moral majority learned to intentionally pick weak targets. Quote, if these organizations want to get on your case, they check up on you. If you're reasonably bright and you could substantiate what you're saying, they don't want to pick a fight with you. Yet even the evangelical Christian metal act Stryper was not spared the fervor of the self-righteous. The band voluntarily recalled its 1986 album To Hell with the Devil due to controversy over the New Testament-inspired cover artwork. Quote, God. We got a lot of flack from Christian people who thought we put a pentagram on it just for the sake of putting a pentagram on it, says Stryper's singer Michael Sweet. One of the angels had ripped a necklace off of Satan's neck and cast it away, and that's the pentagram. People just misinterpreted that. So just to avoid controversy and avoid potential problems, we came out with a plain black cover with just the Stryper logo on it. So even Stryper, Mark,
people are going to see what they want to see. The PMRC is just like what Wortham did for against comic books. It's the same stupid shit over and over again. I don't know what if internet is the current one, like video games was like 10 years ago, that it's causing all this problem.
It's internet, social media, it's books and libraries too. Is still
it comes back to it comes back to shitty parents.
Well, it's shitty parents and
shitty government.
People not wanting to think. They just want they want to not let independent thinking happen, and so censorship is like the way of doing that.
Yeah.
So, to most musicians, the puzzling panic in Washington merely seemed like a collection of irate parents banging on the bedroom door. Ultimately, the PMRC inquisitors were not righteous enough and the accused not sufficiently wicked to mandate any government action. Quote, after all was said and done, more was said than done, says Blackie Lawless. So it appeared yet the crusade against metalheads was far from over. What do you have on the list? I've got a list as well, but do you want to share any of the what the filthy
filthies?
15 were? Yeah, hit them with the filthy 15.
We've got a Prince, Darling Nikki, Sheena Easton, Sugar Walls, Judas Priest, Eat Me Alive, Vanity's Strap On Robbie Baby, Motley Crue Bastard, AC/DC, Let Me Put My Love Into You.
Yes.
Most of these are, I think 95% are sex or masturbation. Twisted Sister, We're Not Going to Take It, because the government doesn't ever want you to stand up to it, or authority doesn't want you to stand up to it.
They don't want you to send the take back and give the take.
Yeah, it's like it should be, we're going to take it.
Yeah, we're going to take it all the time.
And then Madonna, Dress You Up, W.A.S.P.
Which we read the lyrics. We read the lyrics to Dress You Up because that one fascinates me.
You got to read between the lines a little bit, or be a perv to, I think it's even bad.
I'm clueless about, Yeah.
And then, as we talked about W.A.S.P, Fuck Like a Beast, Def Leppard, High and Dry, drug and alcohol use, Merciful Fate, Into the Coven, talking about the occult. They never really talk about the occult in a positive way, granted. Black Sabbath, Trashed, drug and alcohol abuse.
Drug and alcohol, yeah.
Mary Jane Girls, which neither one of us knew what the hell that was, In My House.
My House, yeah.
Venom, Possessed, and then Cyndi Lauper, She Bop, or Masturbation.
About female masturbation. Yeah, both Darling Nikki and She Bop were, we figured maybe these Washington wives just weren't they were repressed sexually, and they just were. I think these songs turned them on too much, and they're a little titillated. You know,
I think
uh,
so. I think so.
maybe Susan Baker wanted to be fucked like a beast, and she was like, "Oh, I can't listen to this song anymore because
I think
it's getting me
Tipper Gore
getting me
maybe was
going."
into her. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe so.
They're all a
But
bunch of
eventually,
turds.
so the end of the story is in December of '85.
Is that Wasp won?
Yeah,
In
last
the
one. The
long scheme of things, Wasp won.
the RAII agreed to voluntarily sticker potentially offensive releases, ultimately leading to the implementation of the standardized black and white parental advisory warning labels in 1990.
Which
So,
was the best, marketing tool they ever could have done to sell more stuff like that.
yep, that's it. So, um, yeah, yeah. So it I'm just looking to see if there was anything else in this chapter. But that's pretty much it. I think we kind of nailed it. So that's for people that never really knew the sort of background of kind of what was going on there. That's
I
that's
mean,
what
go
you
look
got.
up on YouTube. Watch D. Snyder he just like lambastes the whole committee. Like
That's
everybody looks stupid, and he walks away looking like the smartest guy in the room.
yeah, exactly. And the thing is like for everything like WAS that was sort of going on, for as influential and well recognized as this first record was, within a like few months, like WAS was kind of, I would say out of favor, but they were on the kind of the wrong side of the scene because in like '84 is really kind of where Metallica and the thrash thing is breaking out. And a lot of the thrash thing is, instead of metal being this kind of united scene with a lot of different flavors, thrash kind of started to draw a line in the sand between the people who are dressing up in costumes and the people who weren't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in Sound of the Beast, they talk a little bit about the very first big tour that W.A.S.P went on. And so I want to share this. It's kind of an interesting sort of context for the times. And it says, riding the buzz of Ride the Lightning, Metallica joined friends and fellow Q Prime clients Armored Saint for a North American tour starting in late 1984. Though ostensibly a three-part package bill with W.A.S.P, the latest and wildest band to crawl out of the LA clubs onto MTV, the days of underground bands coexisting with MTV groups were coming to an end. Dubbed by Kick-Ass Monthly's Bob Muldowney, the 2 out of 3 Ain't Bad tour. The winter dates were legendary for the harsh treatment W.A.S.P received at the hands of rabid Metallica fans. Due to a paperwork gaffe by his immigration lawyer, Lars Ulrich missed the first date in Boston. Okay, don't care about that. All right, here we go. There was a profound difference between the music-obsessed Metallica and the headline-grabbing W.A.S.P, who threw raw meat into the audience and tortured scantily clad virgins on stage. Quote, I have a lot of fond memories, insists Blackie Lawless. You had two bands that were young, enthusiastic, and had the same kind of take no prisoners attitude. It was like two boxers standing in the middle of the ring, staring each other down before it starts, but not only doing it to each other, but to the audience too. I've never been in the same situation. Even when we played with Kiss in 1986, they were already past their heyday. And as far as we were concerned, outdoing them wasn't really a feather in our cap. So, it's, I'm sure those shows were awesome, but I can probably guarantee that there were some probably diehard Metallica fans that never gave W.A.S.P a chance just because of how they looked. And that's just kind
I
of the
think that was the same
development.
with when they opened for Ozzy. Is that
Yeah.
people were had a hard on for Metallica. They just wanted to see them. That was
Yep.
the new energy. And these other guys were old, and didn't have the same. It cut through like Punk did, or where you've got those bloated scenes, and then it comes back down to earth again. But
I agree. And, this is all kind of leading to, PMRC is getting W.A.S.P a lot of attention. This tour of Metallica is getting a lot of attention. And it's really leading to these second and third W.A.S.P records, which I kind of wrote are pretty subdued. They're really reworkings of a lot of the formulas of the first album with some kind of great highlights throughout, but nothing kind of as vital as the debut or albums 4 and 5.
well,
And so
they're
here's
not
what,
as overtly, or at least the Last Command is not as overtly sexual and you know torture based and masochistic and all this other
yeah.
stuff. It's about getting like blind drunk and fistfuls of diamonds and crushing balls, and it's much more. It's not as. It seems like, I mean, maybe second album kind of slump as far as are we going to try something more? It seems like a more broad appeal album instead of what the like kind of lyrical content was for the first one.
Definitely more of a mainstream record.
Yeah.
And in Popoff's top 500 metal albums of all time, it comes in at number 359. In between, here's a pairing you wouldn't expect to see. 358 is Revenge from Kiss, and
Okay.
360 is Blood, Fire, Death from Bathory. So that's a very
Oh,
interesting trio of records there. But
interesting. These
yeah,
lists are always just,
these are
kind of
super
a jumping
arbitrary.
on point to
Yes,
discuss.
that's it. That's it. Yeah, I would not agree with any of that. I would
I would
have
not
Blood, Fire,
either.
Death way higher. So,
Yeah.
but here's what Blackie Lawless had to say about Last Command in the Pop-Off book. He said, it should have been beautifully crude like the first one. Most of it was written while we were on the road of the first tour. There's the influence of an outside producer, Spencer Profer, who came in and tried to make us something we weren't. That sound came out of that specific studio and the people working in it. I mean, the first W.A.S.P album sounded a lot different from Metal Health. Yeah, I think Popper is the guy that did the Metal Health Quiet Riot record.
Yep. Yep.
The equipment wasn't that great, to be honest with you, and we got every ounce out of it that we could, and so did Quiet Riot. It's funny, if you look at the products that came out of there, there were some really interesting music. So it just goes to show you don't have to have the best equipment in the world. It was professionally adequate, but it certainly wasn't what I've got right now. In any era, whether it's 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, they all have a sound, and it's part and parcel to all those elements: the people, the technology, the equipment. So from everything I've kind of gathered about what Blackie thinks of this record, it's one he thinks has good songs, but maybe he doesn't like the way the final product came out, if that kind of makes sense. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that the opening track is so good that everything else suffers for it.
it's a little tough.
I feel
Yep,
like Wild Child should have been like, the maybe the side B first track or something
I
to get
know
you through it to want to listen to it again, but it's just
it
so
overwhelms
epic.
so much of the rest of the record. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. Here's what Blackie had to say in the liner notes to the 2002 thing. He says, 1 year after the start of our first album, W.A.S.P, we found ourselves in the studio making The Last Command, a world tour under our belts, and already I had become the poster child for the PMRC and 100 other so-called more majority and religious right groups, banned in Ireland, Norway, and a ton of other places, including the Sodom and Gomorrah of the Western Hemisphere, Las Vegas, Nevada. Yeah, that's really funny. W.A.S.P couldn't play shows in Las Vegas because they were scared of them. Um,
Because because
yeah,
Las Vegas is this like, moral authority or
that's it.
something.
And that's why he says,
That's
including the Sodom and
hilarious.
Gomorrah of the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, he says, to this day, we've still never played there. So maybe that's
Wow.
changed now. This is
All nude review,
2002.
but no
So,
wasp.
yep. We were making friends and enemies by the boatload, drinking and fucking our brains out. This rock and roll stuff was everything we were told it was going to be and more. All the excesses were present. See Blind in Texas. And the world was at our feet, screaming for mercy. The writing for most of this album was done on that first tour, so the vibe of the record pretty much reflects what was going on at the time. Sex Drive, an old sister song, and Wild Child had early origins. I approached Motley Crue with Wild Child back in '83, but Nicky felt the vocals were out of Vince's range, which looking back now was great for us as the song has become one of our trademarks. Thanks a lot, Nicky. I always felt, although the first album was dipping with anger and attitude, with this album, I was starting to develop more as a songwriter. There are elements in this album that would show themselves more as time went by with the creation of the Headless Children and the Crimson Idol. Cries in the Night was something I wrote when I was 18, which was pre New York Dolls and Killer Kane. It was originally called Mr. Cool, which we heard near the beginning of the show. And many times since this record was released, I have regretted not doing it in its original form, as I believe it is better. The chorus music and lyrics were changed to accommodate the idea for Cries in the Night, but now I wish I never did that. I did it on the advice from someone who was at Capitol Records, and although I'm sure it was intended to be friendly and helpful advice, that was the last time I ever let a record company person help me write a song. The album cover was originally supposed to have myself and two Doberman pinchers on the front cover, but the mound of dirt I was standing on was high, about 14 feet, and it was very steep. I was holding the dogs with leashes around their necks, and the fucking bastards kept pulling down the hill. I quickly got fed up with that, so that's why you just see me on the cover. I've worked with a lot of animals in my career. Some were even in the band.
That's kind of
LOL.
like the Thor cover. where
Oh,
he's walking with the two dogs,
yep,
which I'm
yep.
not sure what year that was. Was that 85?
I think it's 85, maybe 86. Yep.
Okay.
Um, So he says, yeah, I've worked with rattlesnakes, armadillos, dogs, rats, birds, elephants, and more. And although I really love animals, they're a monster pain in the ass to do photos with. It's better to have them as pets than coworkers. There's a line on Running Wild in the Streets that says, quote, I'm running to beat hell. That pretty much sums up what was going on with us at this time we made that record. We were young, wild, and still very dangerous. And the changes in us were still yet to come. We still had, quote, something to prove and nothing to lose. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. So, yeah. So there you go. There you go.
No, I
And
get
here's what
this record's like not as kind of they always say that like your first record you've had your whole life to write it.
you've worked on. Yeah.
Yeah, then the second one, like I get where he's pushing out to try to be a little bit more diverse, and it's not bad.
No, dude,
It's
there's
just
some great songs.
it's not as exciting. Like Ballcrusher's kind of stupid. Fistful of Diamonds is kind of stupid, but it's all good. I still like
Bull Crusher is
the
a
album.
dumb song lyrically, but I kind of dig
Yeah,
the music a little
yeah.
bit.
It's
So,
not. It's just it's very like Priest meets AC/DC kind of stuff.
yep, absolutely. And here's what Dom Lawson, who does the liner notes for all of these reissues, here's what he had to say about it. He says, having scared the living cack out of Bible thumping fuckwits across the U.S. with their self titled and deservedly legendary debut album, Blackie and his whiskey guzzling brethren approached their sophomore opus with all the subtlety and finesse that sensible people had come to expect. Although The Last Command is indubitably a more sophisticated album than its illustrious, snotty predecessor, this is still W.A.S.P we're talking about. A musical hail of bile-tipped silver bullets. The second trip into the dark heart of riffular outrage consolidated the band's growing reputation as psychotic guardians of rock and roll's true spirit. Damn. So wordsmith, this Dom Lawson, let me
I
tell you.
know.
Kicking off their second sonic salvo with the frankly stupendous Wild Child, W.A.S.P. in 1985 were as dangerous and arrogant as ever. Combine that unerring passion for planting a huge Blackie Lawless-sized boot up the ass of the entertainment industry with some of the most relentlessly OTT songs ever written, and you have what we jaded hacks like to refer to as a stone-cold classic. Whether it's the brutal and ludicrous Ballcrusher with its dullard-baiting tale of a lesbo-nymphomaniac, nice touch, Mr. Lawless, or the party till you puke bravado of Blind in Texas. The Last Command is not exactly a subtle or delicate experience, but if you can disengage your brain and turn your genital settings to maximum, there are few set them to maximum. You listeners out there, yeah, it's like a cartoon boner. There you go. There are few rock and roll records that so effortlessly get the blood pumping and adrenaline surging. One of the problems with being a W.A.S.P fan is that so many people dismiss the band as just another product of the hedonistic and largely brainless LA metal scene of the 80s. Of course, Blackie and company were very much part of that whole reckless circus, but the difference between the band and the many lesser talents that eventually killed the genre stone dead is that W.A.S.P were led by a fiercely intelligent and perpetually unapologetic frontman who simply wanted to celebrate the music that made his life worth living. Rock and roll doesn't have to be stupid, dude, but the vast majority of its most visceral and life-affirming thrills have emerged when musicians stop trying to be clever and make a simple commitment to rock like a motherfucker. Anything else is missing the point. Later in their career, W.A.S.P would produce some much more thoughtful albums, which went some way towards disproving the idea that the band were drunken knuckleheads with nothing to say. But for the first few trips to the studio, the mission was an altogether more straightforward one. Give the kids something to scream along to and make it as loud as hell. While arguably not quite as startling as that eponymous debut, The Last Command laid waste to the competition with considerable ease. From the dark aggression of Widowmaker to the heads down bombast of Jack Action and Sex Drive, this was a great album in 1985, and it sounds even better today, especially in light of the lumpen shit that currently clogs up the charts in the name of rock. Next time someone tells you that the future of our beloved music lies with Nickelback, kindly beat them to death with your copy of The Last Command. I'm sure Blackie and the boys would approve. Dom Lawson.
No problem. I don't know if you can tell on your cover. Can you tell what it says in the flag?
It's an eagle. No, I can't.
Eagle holding lightning bolts and then holding arrows in the other hand.
No, I
That's
can't.
the British SAS Who Dares Wins
Oh, okay.
thing. So
That's
there's a
pretty
little
cool.
bolt thrower thing, but also I don't know if this is true or not, but in my research, Blackie's mom was supposed to be like a quarter Blackfoot Indian. and
Yeah.
he's got all kinds of like feathers and shit all over his dress with his saw blades on this cover.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I can kind of see that.
yeah, because
Well,
blown up like huge, and there's like skeletons
he's
and
got
shit
the
on the bottom too.
feathers. Yeah, all the
Yeah.
native feathers and things like that. Yeah. That's interesting. One last thing to mention before we talk about the songs here is they do bring in a new drummer. And they bring in Stephen Riley at this phase, and um, he has one little pull quote in the Big Book of Hair Metal from Popoff, and he says, "I was pretty fortunate because I was involved in both of the big waves that came out of L.A. in the '80s. The first wave was W.A.S.P. and Quiet Riot, and Motley Crue and Rat, and I was involved with that, and it was a really, really wild time. I knew W.A.S.P. was a great band. They had just signed, and I went to see them, and it was just really wild because I'd gotten hired to do an album with Gene Simmons producing. It was the Keel album. Keel
Oh,
needed a drummer, and I joined right before they did the album. I had already known Gene from the '70s out here, and he produced the album, and the album was sounding great. And I got a call right there in the record plant from Blackie asking if I wanted to do the W.A.S.P. World Tour. And when I joined W.A.S.P, I knew it was a great band. It was before everything got all screwed up with them and before his head got too big for everything. And the band could just about blow anybody off the stage. We opened for Kiss, Iron Maiden, all of them, and we were on fire. In fact, all these guys in LA Gun, that's how I met them. They were big fans of W.A.S.P, and they used to come to all the shows. I just have really good memories of W.A.S.P, other than the fact that the original four could have stayed together and not have Blackie disband it the way he did, because it never had the same strength as the original four. I mean, I'm a stickler on that, bro. I believe the original was always like you can never match it, and he hasn't matched it. But I've got some great memories of W.A.S.P. It's just toward the end that it got kind of funky. So I don't know if I agree with that. I actually think they
I mean, I like his sentiment. I like I think the original. If you can keep the original band, it's cool, but it's not always beneficial because I think when Frankie Banali comes in, that like blows shit up
it's
to the
fucking
next
great.
level.
It's really great for sure.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you know this, but Stephen Riley will go on to be in LA Guns. So
I don't know
again,
much
this
about LA Guns outside of the album covers.
yeah, they're fine. They're sleaze. It's like
Yeah.
Faster Pussycat. It's good. If you like sleaze, it's good. But anyways, so let's get to some songs. Mark, have you heard this song Wild Child? Are you a
No, I have
fan?
not.
Oh, it's pretty good. You're gonna like this song. It's pretty catchy. All right.
I got to
This
tell you a quick anecdote
oh yeah.
is that I've been listening to so much Wasp and changing so many diapers that
Do you sing it to William?
I've
He's a
got new
wild child.
lyrics though. Is that I'm a
Oh
wild
shit, here we
child,
go.
come and change me. I went poop. So maybe I can
Dude,
do a knockoff
do a
covers album.
jingle. This
Yeah,
is like a diaper jingle. See if Blackie will, just tell him you want 10% and he can keep
yeah,
90% of the profits.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll hook them up with Costco diapers and we'll be all set.
Yes, dude, killing it. Um,
No,
this
I love
is
this song, man.
oh fucking so good. I said it's one of their masterpieces. I was actually texting with Jeff Wagner a couple days ago, and Wagner about Wasp, and
Hmm.
he loves the debut mainly. He doesn't hate the other stuff, but he's really loves the debut. It's one of his favorite albums of the '80s.
Yeah.
But he did say that this was his favorite song.
Okay. I mean,
So
it's such a good. I mean, even like there's almost like some like gothy shit going on with it as too. Like the production on this song, more so than the rest of the album, I think is just incredible. The
it's
atmosphere, how it builds, like this epic opener.
yep.
Yeah.
Problem, he said, is the song's so good that it becomes the vocal hook melodic template to a fault for Wasp, he thinks. And you know how Wagner is. He likes
Yes.
bands that are going to change on every record.
Yeah.
He likes Headless Children a lot. He does recognize that that's better than this and maybe Inside. Um, and I have convinced him to revisit Crimson Idol because he goes Crimson Idol's a record I should get because the people in my circle get it. So
Yeah.
he said he's going to maybe use this episode as a launching pad to maybe rediscover you know his love of other Wasp records. We'll see.
All
I'll
right.
give people
I
an
can see
update
his
later.
criticism with that because I think that Wild Child is the perfect.
So good that
Well,
why not
it's
recreate it?
perfect for Blackie's vocal range.
Yes,
That's like
it's
the
all of
peak
it.
of
Yep.
every bit of it is perfect for his vocal range.
Yep. I mean that the opening guitar line, that chorus, I said every musical vocal element is near perfect in this song.
Yeah.
I mean, the lyrics are fucking banal, but who cares? You know, it's a great party
But they're
anthem.
also
You know,
epic. I
yeah,
ride the wind that drives the
yeah,
rain. Like
exactly. It's like, yeah, it's like
I'm a
Animal. He's a
creature of
fuck
love and I
machine.
cannot be
You know,
tamed. I fucking love it,
yeah,
man.
that's all he is. He's a giant fucking like, 12-year-old boy
Yeah.
mentality. You know,
Yeah, like
I mean,
I
in a
mean,
lot of
as
ways,
if I was reading these lyrics as a kid, I'd be like, oh, and then feeling the pomp and circumstance of the music, it's just huge. It just feels so fucking epic. And then, throwing your Mad Max stuff and,
yeah.
all the sex shit, and it's like, oh man, yeah, I'm a creature of love and I can't be tamed either. Cool. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And every time that Blackie comes out of that fucking solo and he starts singing I'm a wild like it's like cliche, but it works. The power of like
Yeah.
that solo fading into him being like, you're just like, yes, I'm fucking ready. Let's
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
fucking do this shit.
Yeah. You're like
Um,
Beavis and Butthead watching the video.
Exactly. Here's what this showed up in the top 500 metal songs of all time from Pop Off at 211. Right between 5 Minutes Alone from Pantera and Sad But True from Metallica. So kind of weird. I don't
Mm.
know. Those are both pretty big songs, I guess. But anyways, but here's what Blackie had to say. He said most of Wild Child was written really before W.A.S.P ever got a record deal. It wasn't titled. It didn't have a title until the day I actually sang the vocals because I didn't think Wild Child was that great of a title. So I just waited and waited and waited until I just couldn't wait anymore. And I mean, I was driving to the studio knowing I was going to do the vocal track that day. I was like, okay, man, you got to make a move. He laughs. What are we going to do? So that's what that ended up being. And then he says, originally, I was going to give it to Nikki, that story that, he told before. So
That's
could have
crazy.
been a Motley Crue song, but we kind of lucked out. So,
Well, it also
um,
has a motorcycle vibe to it as well. Like it
oh,
has
yeah,
all these like hard rock
biker. Yep.
cliches that are great.
Yep. And Ballcrusher, I said hilarious lyrics that probably won't make Bikini Kill fans jump for glory, but the chorus is undeniable to Ballcrusher.
Yeah.
It's got that AC/DC meets Accept kind of like riff kind of going on and stuff, but it's
Yeah,
kind of a
it's
fun
it's
one.
sleazy and what if it has thematically kind of harkens back to that first record a little bit more.
Exactly, exactly. Widowmaker, I think it's got some kind of Dokken vibes to it, a little bit.
Dokken and Priest.
Yes, yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah, it's got some serious Downing Tipton vibes if they were kind of a band in the LA hard rock scene. Yep. So
Yeah,
it's a good.
and there's
I
like
said
a
Holmes and Piper kind of have that quality to them,
like a
as the
doom
dual.
break at the like what is it, like 420 mark with like
Hmm.
a little bit of double bass at the closer. Like if anything, they know how to write like an epic song.
Yeah.
That just
Sing along
builds and
shit.
builds and builds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always want to sing the choruses, no matter how dumb the songs are. You're kind of like in
Hmm.
it. It's cool too. Like the opening, like kind of bass intro thing is like the same kind of thing that like Tool does on Parabola. It's like the same
I
idea,
almost wrote.
you know.
I was thinking when I was listening to this, like, is this a fucking Tool intro?
It sounds just like Parabola. It's fucking weird. But
Yeah.
I said the song itself is like, as a song, it's this perfect marriage. I said between Quiet Riot's like Metal Health
Hmm.
and It's Not Love from Dokken.
Yeah.
It's got like that, like dun, 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 like that whole
Yeah.
like kind of like slowed down kind of vibe, which Dokken's stealing from Priest too. So that's where
Hmm.
it's all kind of cycling through, but kind of a cool tune.
Yeah.
And then we'll end our last command set with the title track. And I said, speaking of Priest, this really gives me Screaming for Vengeance vibes. Not the song, but just the album. Like it's got that kind of production and it sounds like, I don't know. It just kind of has like a little bit of like maybe Defenders of Faith, Screaming for Vengeance, kind of Priest styling to
It's a
it.
heavy metal anthem. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it also that riff reminds me of Gordon Lightfoot.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
There's
that's not a
there's a
poll.
hot take.
Yeah, I like it. All right, okay, that's good. Edmund Fitzgerald, Gordon Lightfoot, or
Well,
more
yeah,
like
that
some
era
of the
because
deeper
he's always
cuts.
very like like the kind of like single note strumming stuff for the like balladish. It's just very epic heavy metal.
I like it. Yeah, that's good. I would say this about the song "Last Command." It's a fine song, but in a lot of ways, it shows the formula that Was is going to fall into on this and Inside the Electric Circus.
Yeah, they kind of rest on
It,
their laurels a little bit.
yep. But it does have a really great home solo. So I think
Yes.
he's really on top of things here. So and then we're gonna end this set with first song from Inside the Electric Circus, a song called Mantronic. And we'll talk about that song when we come back. But so we've got a quad of tunes from Last Command, Wild Child, Ballcrusher, Widowmaker, and then the title track. And then we'll end with Mantronic from their 1986 record, Inside the Electric Circus.
that fall like rain from way